Going to call the May 27th, 2025 Lyon County School District Board of Trustees meeting to order. The time is 6:32. Trustee Peterson, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Trustee Peterson.
I'd like to welcome all of our guests here tonight, staff as well, and our Fernley High School, our Fernley High School student, Jackson Honholz. Thank you for coming tonight. So I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. President,
Yes, Trustee Farr.
making a motion that we approve the agenda as such. I
Thank you. I have a motion from Trustee Farr and a second from Trustee Whistler. Guys want to go ahead and vote? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes unanimously. So I'm looking for approval of the minutes from last month. Does everyone have a chance to look over the minutes?
Mr. President,
Trustee Peterson?
I move to approve the minutes.
I second.
I have a motion from Trustee Peterson, a second from Trustee Whistler. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Moving on to item number 6, board member reports. Trustee Whistler.
I didn't get to get out and do as much as I wanted. I did get to go to the 7th grade orientation for the junior high. One, just because my boy's going there next year. But it was really amazing to see how they set it up and having the 8th graders there, and that while the incoming 8th graders take the kids around and introduce them to the school that they're going to be going to. I thought that was a really good leadership idea. So, and that's all I got this month.
Thank you, Trustee Whistler. Trustee Parsons.
Yeah, first thing I want to say is congratulations to the state softball champions. And now Diane Chapin with her wins, this makes her the winningest coach in the state of Nevada. So every year I say we have conferences on the same day as state. And to me, I can't believe we're still doing this year after year, because regionals were so exciting. Everybody wants to go to state, but we know we've already paid the money for the conference, so I went to the conference. But I do hope if somebody can talk to Rick, say don't have a conference on state weekend, it just kind of makes sense. And the conference that I went to, the training was cybersecurity, and I went out of there feeling not better. I mean, these guys can do just about anything they want, and how that they're now paying them. And it's really kind of a sad situation, but it was an enlightening, and for even people, it was just enlightening. not just businesses, but for regular people.
Thank you, trustee Parsons. Trustee Farr?
Thank you, Mr. President. So I also attended the same cybersecurity conference as the rest of you. I can't disagree with Ms. Parsons at all on the fact that you come away there feeling a little more like I got more questions than I got answers. But it was very eye-opening for sure. I also attended the Silverland Middle School orientation along with Mr. Whistler. We both have students starting in 7th grade next year, and I thought Silverland Middle School did a fantastic job with their orientation process. It was very comprehensive, and they were very hospitable. So thank you to Silverland for doing such a great job with that year after year. Thank you. And then we had a really productive meeting last week, an initial walkthrough to looking at assessing our viability for the general OTC program that we're trying to bring to Friendly High School. And I'm proud to say that with our application process in, that the Marine Corps is sending their top person from DC to come do a walkthrough at Friendly High School on June 4th to do our initial assessment. So we're moving forward on that project. And that's all I've got.
Thank you, trustee Farr. Trustee Bull?
Thank you, Mr. President. So I met with the CTE staff over at Smith Valley Schools earlier in the month. Got to take a look at some of their CTE programs over there. It's a small rural school, and they've got some things going over there that are a little bit unique and very interesting. Enjoyed that. Met with the principal at Yerington High School, Kathy Bombay Edgerton, and talked about their CTE programs as well. And got some ideas for things there. Attended the same NASB training on cybersecurity. Left there about the same way as the other two here. It was pretty overwhelming. Let's see, then today I attended senior presentations at Yerington High School. I'll be doing that for the next few days as well. I guess Yerington High School is, I think, the only one still in the district that does the senior presentations. It's been, I did this probably 20 years ago for a number of years. What I saw today was presentations that were substantially different and better than the ones many years ago. I think the program is, the kids get tuned into it pretty early on in their high school career and know that they're going to have to put together something good at the end. So seemed to be good effort there. Have to admit, I think we did eight of them today, and there are some stories coming out of these young people that is kind of a little bit demoralizing as to what some of them have been through, and the fact that they're there and going to be graduating from high school is a real testament to their strength and perseverance. So it was good though. I really enjoyed it, but that's it.
Thank you, trustee Bull. Trustee Carson?
I also went to the cybersecurity information that was taught not too long ago, and I was also surprised, even as a teacher, I was surprised how much information our students get through those cybersecurity walls, and who can be punished by the way they sorry, my brain's not very good right now. So the way that they are being other people take advantage of our students, and we need to protect our students completely. And that's very important. And I'm seeing what we need to do to help our security for our students around here. I wish I could have gone to anything else right now, but again, I'm in school also at the same time as you guys, so that's a problem for me. So, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, trustee Carson. Trustee Peterson?
Yeah, just a few things. Of course, I went to the training as well, and learned about the cybersecurity, but the other thing I've been spending a lot of time on is I'm part of the legislative committee for Nevada Association of School Boards, and been busy reading a lot of bills, and giving feedback to our public policy specialists Tom Clark Solutions. So this is going to be a busy week coming up. A lot of bills are having to move out and get signed and put into law. So this is going to be a busy week. I do know this weekend they passed the education funding bill. I believe it's SB 500, but don't quote me on that. There's a lot of numbers out there, a lot of bills. So that's exciting. So been doing that, and that's everything for me. Thank you.
Thank you, trustee Peterson. So ditto on the cybersecurity, for me as well. It is scary looking at what they're capable of and how sometimes they just lay in wait. You know, they get this information of our younger generation, these younger kids, and they wait until they turn 18 and they start opening up accounts and then they ding them. So they may think they're in really good shape and then, bam. But also got to visit Dayton High Schools again. Always enjoy that. I've been talking to legislators and their staff about Lyon County School District, some of the programs we have here. And also I've been spending a lot of time over in Silver Stage talking to the principals over there. So that's what I've been doing for this past month. Thank you.
President over here. Can I add one more thing?
Go ahead, trustee Whistler.
I'd like to have everyone recognize the sheriff's department. Beginning of May, many know there were 3 kids that were kidnapped for about a day here in Fernley. And because one was able to hide his phone, get a hold of his sister, and she got the sheriffs in line, and they were able to quickly get those 3 boys home and arrest the culprit, I'll call him. So thank you, sheriffs. Really appreciate all the work you do for us here in Lyon County.
Thank you for remembering that, trustee Whistler. Moving on to the attitude of gratitude. We'll start with trustee Whistler.
Thank you, President. My name is Evan Lancaster, and I am successful at FHS because of, I'm not sure if it's SRO or supposed to be the beginning of first name, Bourbon. I want to thank him or her, teaching me Spanish in a way I could understand and being a fun teacher. I retained some Spanish knowledge because I remember the Senior Wooly songs. Thank you for being my teacher.
Thank you, trustee Whistler. Trustee Parsons.
My name is Peyton Galvin, and I'm successful at Yerington Intermediate School because of Mrs. Emhoff. I want to thank her for being a great teacher in 5th, but also being a great volleyball coach all season. I hope that someday I will love volleyball, and have you as a volleyball coach again. We're one of the best coaches that I have ever had. Peyton Galvin.
Thank you, trustee Parsons. Trustee Farr.
Yes, sir. Mine comes from Sutra Elementary. It says, my name is Lucas, and I am successful at Sutra Elementary because of, I don't remember his name, Miss Risnar. I want to thank her for teaching me to read and write. Thanks so much.
Thank you, trustee Farr. Trustee Bowl.
So mine comes from Ellie at Fernley Elementary School. I am successful at FES because of Mrs. Kennison. I want to thank her for always being nice and making me smile. And she always does something fun, and she is kind to everyone.
Thank you, trustee Bowl. Trustee Carson.
From Fernley High School. My name is Kayla Lee, and I am successful at FHS art painting because of Mrs. Powell. I want to thank her for teaching me skills about art and growing my art vocabulary.
Thank you, trustee Carson. Trustee Peterson.
Mine is from Emily, who is successful at East Valley Elementary School because of Miss Balls. I want to thank her for helping me and for telling me and the class to never give up. She was super nice to the class and to me also.
Thank you, trustee Peterson. Mr. Honholz.
My attitude of gratitude comes from Calvin. He's successful at Cottonwood Elementary School because of Miss Crespo. He wants to thank her for helping me with my math, my reading, and spelling. She also is a fun and funny teacher. She also is pretty cool. I think that Miss Crespo is the best fourth grade teacher ever.
Thank you, Mr. Honholz. Superintendent Logan?
My name is Kenzie Drews, and I am successful at Dayton High School because of Mr. Santos. I want to thank him for never failing to make me laugh, for always talking to me when he sees me, for playing cornhole with me. Mr. Santos is weird, but fun. He's an oddball.
Thank you, Superintendent Logan. Mine is from Paige Violi. She says she is successful at Yerington Elementary because of Miss Kellogg. I want to thank her, Miss Kellogg, because she taught me more than I need to know. She's great. Thank you. Moving on to item number 8, the superintendent's report. Superintendent Logan?
Wonderful. I want to first start out with thanking Eves. I know our administrator, custodians, food service, making this happen for us tonight. And we appreciate what they've done for us this evening. I also want to thank Jackson Hanshold for being here. He's been with us a few times. He's our student body president at Fernley High School. And I do want to give him a moment to talk about great things that are going on at Fernley High School.
Thank you, Superintendent Logan. So I just want to say, please excuse my fast typing on my computer. I'm going to be serving as the Nevada Association of Student Council's secretary, and I have my first meeting coming up, and I have no experience with taking meeting minutes, so I decided to take this opportunity to practice that a little bit. So yes, we have a lot of fun stuff going on at Fernley High School. So we are ending the end of the year. We are nearing the end of the year. One thing that our leadership program just did was our freshman orientation, and this year we decided to make it reality TV show theme. So all of our leadership kids got in pairs, and they had a reality TV show. For example, I had Flavor of Love with my friend Lauren, and we all got a group of incoming freshmen, and we just kind of were able to play some games with them, get to know them a little bit, while we're able to show them around the school, tell them a little bit about high school, answer any questions they have. So that was a really good opportunity for our freshmen to learn a little bit about Fernley High School. We also had some of our clubs and sports in the lunchroom where parents and students could go visit those and get some information as we enter the school year. Also coming up this weekend, we have prom. So I know our junior class is working very hard. I'm a junior, so I've been after school every day working on prom decorations. This year, our theme is Fairy Tale Masquerade. So I know our students are very excited about this prom. I've been hyping it up, saying, come to prom, come to prom. So I know it's going to be a very good prom. We're getting some food trucks there. We're getting a lot of cool decorations, so very excited about that. Finally, as we end the last week of the school year, our leadership program is going to go to FIS, and we're going to play a game of Survivor with them, the TV show Survivor. Basically, we're just going to split them all up into groups. We're going to give them each colored bandanas based on their groups and just play a little fun game of Survivor with them. As we get closer to that, we're going to talk about that more, playing that a little bit more. If you know this TV show Survivor, you know kind of how that works. But yeah, so that's really exciting. Another thing is towards the end of the school years, we always do some raffles to kind of encourage our students to keep going to school, because as a high schooler myself, I know as we end the school year, it gets pretty hard to show up to school. So we're hoping those raffles kind of encourage our students to come and continue to show up to school as we end the school year. Thank you.
Thank you. You guys have a ton going on. Thanks for being part of that. Would like to make sure, recognize again, it was Staff Appreciation Week, first week in May. We are very thankful for our staff and all that they do to make our schools and our kids function on a day-to-day basis. Also want to congratulate, we had multiple sports teams that were involved with division and state, and it doesn't matter really where they ended. We're appreciative of what they do. We have some new state titles and personal records and school records that happened throughout the season. So congratulations to them. Lastly, we have graduation coming up in a couple weeks, and we have seniors who are probably itching to make it there. And so just excited for all of you being able to be part of those graduation ceremonies as well as the public. Last, I want to recognize 3 individuals that have been recently hired, and so I will ask them to come up when I read their name and make sure you introduce yourself to the board members here. The first one is Michelle Trousdale at Cottonwood Elementary School. She's now been hired as the assistant principal there. Another one is Camille Carlson. And Camille has been hired as the new assistant principal at Sutro Elementary School. And Josiah, and I am not going to say his last name because I don't know it. Thanks. Josiah, literally, this is his first day. He is our new director for Chartwells for Lyon County School District, and so he will start working with our food service folks here in our district. Say yours. Josiah Norman. So, writing that down. That's all I have. We're thankful for all 3 of them and being part of the team. A few of them have already been with us or just switching positions, but we're thankful for them. Thanks.
Thank you, Superintendent Logan. So moving on to item number 9, public participation. At this time, the public is invited to address the board on items over which the board has jurisdiction or control. If you wish to speak, step up to the table, be seated, and state your name. Your comments are limited to no more than 3 minutes per agenda item with a maximum of 10 minutes total. In consideration of others, avoid repetition or designate a spokesperson to speak on behalf of your group. Although this board does not restrict comments based upon viewpoint, comments will be prohibited if they are willfully disruptive, slanderous, amount to personal attacks, or interfere with the rights of other speakers. Comments made during this time will be monitored by the board president. The board will conduct public comments after each item on the agenda on which action may be taken before the board takes action. Comments were submitted electronically and emailed to all of us from Yerington High School regarding Chartwells and pay. Is there any public comment?
Good evening. Ron Wells, Yerington resident. You guys all have known me now for the last few times I've been here. So just a quick couple questions before we get going, and appreciate you guys all and everything that you do. I know that when it comes to a school board, all of you guys on the Board of Trustees, obviously you guys are all Lyon County residents, correct? My question to Mr. Logan is when it comes to the top people that work for our district, are they all Lyon County residents when it comes to?
All of our employees are not Lyon County residents, if that's what you're asking.
And I know a lot of our principals and stuff. I'm just curious when it comes to the top. So, and then other question I have is for Mr. Baines. Mr. Baines, last week, thank you for meeting with me, you and Kyle. I appreciate it. When I went on, and I wish I would have went on earlier. When I went on to the agenda today, there were 4 letters turned in to Yerington from the Yerington schools. Mr. Baines, when I met with you and Kyle last week, I handed you an additional 9, and those were not turned in. I did not see those on the agenda when I looked at it today. So I just wanted to check and see if you guys did receive all 13 letters, or did you just receive the 4?
Just the 4 in my packet.
Anybody else? I mean, there was 13. So for me, you know, I run a business. You know, I don't have as many employees as you guys, but I have 46 employees, and I hold my people to account. And that bothers me, you know, because I had this meeting in confidence with Mr. Baines and Kyle, and I handed him those letters, and they did not get turned in. And that's just disappointing to me. You know, these people that wrote these other, and I'll hand them to you guys. I mean, we probably can't go through them now. But there's 9 other letters from employees, not just from Chartwell's employees, from school district employees. They've had a tough year. And the fact that you guys didn't get to read the other 9 letters, that's just not fair. It's not fair. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll let you guys on that, but I'm gonna hand them to you so you have them. But it's not right.
Yes, if you can hand them over, I'm sure they can be distributed through email to all of the trustees.
I'll send them out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wells, for your comments. Is there any other public comment? Moving on, oh, excuse me.
Hear me now? Okay. So my name is Bill Kroll. I'm here on behalf of my daughter and I believe most of Fernley High School cheerleading. I had spoken with our athletic director earlier this year regarding opening up a JV position for coaching the JV squad. And I understand, you know, tattooed guy, cheerleading coach, but I did it the first year with my daughter in Pop Warner 5 years ago as an accident and became very knowledgeable with the sport. We also won national titles, multiple locals, regionals, all over Nevada, California, all of these things, okay? I talked to Mr. Sullivan at the high school in November about this position. And, well, let me get, before that, I had been asked by multiple parents and children to come and coach at the high school and take over the JV squad. And I was more than willing to do that. I was told that the position was filled after not seeing it for weeks on weeks on weeks being posted on the high school website. Later found out after talking to Mr. Sullivan that he told me it was not posted on the Fernley High School website, that it was posted on Facebook, which he tells all of his staff as coaches and everybody to not use social media, that he doesn't use social media. So why would that be posted on Facebook and not on the Fernley High School website, which I was looking for every single week? Okay, so all I did was go on there and to my parents and my children, I said, hey, unfortunately, it looks like the position has been filled. Good luck next year. I will not be coaching you at the high school. That was pretty much the gist of it. That was all that I was said. When we finally had the meeting, he told me that he didn't trust me because of my Facebook post and that he wanted coaches at the high school that would not throw him under the bus. Verbatim, word for word, that is what he told me on the phone. This whole entire thing that has just happened at the Fernley High School with having one varsity squad, I have never heard of in my life. I've grown up here my entire life. I'm a business owner here. I graduated from Fernley High School. I've never heard of this ever, to have one varsity high school team because of one person's lack of knowledge or lack to put out.
Hold on.
I just want to make sure, you can't talk about other individuals. You can talk about the program, you can talk about
Okay.
Fernley High School, but don't get caught into
Okay.
people's names or.
So with the athletic director not posting the position, it should have been filled, could have been filled by somebody who was qualified, but we do not now have a JV squad. We have one varsity squad, and we had 60 girls try out, 24 of them made them. I'm really irritated with the entire situation of why it went down that way. My daughter was a freshman. I am not upset that she missed.
Mr. Kroll, you've exceeded your time.
Oh, sorry. I would just like to know why nothing has been taken care of, because this individual has had multiple complaints over the years and nothing's been done.
Thank you very much.
My name is Ashley Kirk. I am here to sorry,
Your name, please?
Ashley Kirk,
Thank you.
to kind of follow up what Bill was saying, about this Fernley cheer. Only 20 girls out of the 60 girls getting taken. Unfortunately, there were 8 freshmen that were taken. And I am one of 2 moms whose daughter has been cheering for Fernley High School since their freshman year and quite a bit of time before that. And they are seniors, and neither one of them were taken on the team. That screws up their college. It messes up quite a bit for their future. And it just shows favoritism. And we are just kind of wondering why there is not a second coach for the JV. That way the freshmen could be there and the seniors who have earned it. And, you know, you could look at me, you could say that, you know, I'm trying to teach my daughter entitlement. She's earned it. She's done her time. She's been bullied. She's gone through things. She suffers with her health issues, and she shows up every day and smiles. And you could ask anybody that watches her. She's amazing at what she does. But for some reason, this coach is showing favoritism towards the girls that she's coached in the past because she's a brand new coach. And so I think we just want fairness in the cheer team. And for the girls who have earned it, who have been cheering since they were 5 and are seniors this year, they're done. Like, you're just telling them that their whole career is done. And it's just not fair. And I just want to speak on behalf of the 2 seniors for sure who have been doing this their whole lives and got left out. And I have not received the rubric for my daughter. The other senior that I'm talking about did. And the comments they're just asinine, honestly. And we're just asking for fairness and possibly a second coach and some new tryouts. So these girls have a chance for their last year.
Thank you. You're finished. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Kendall Cameron Lash. A lot of you have probably had some documentation from me throughout this school year, in particular regarding cheer. What I'm here to bring to the attention of the board is that when this coach came in, this is again regarding cheer, she set standards that were lower for the underclassmen, more extensive for the upperclassmen, and then filled the team with primarily underclassmen. The upperclassmen had to do double toes. I'm sure none of you know what that is. The lowerclassmen had to do a single toe. The upperclassmen had to come up with an 8 count. The lowerclassmen were handed the video of the dance. She started to send out the sheets that she supposedly did during the tryout, where the vast majority of the girls did not see her write anything. They all seemed to be very canned responses that you're just not coachable. Come try out during basketball season. There were 6 seniors that were let go. There were 6, if not more, juniors that were let go. There were sophomore girls that are varsity lettered cheerleaders that were let go. She literally sent all the talent out the door that night, with a few exceptions, because there were girls that did make the team. What is frustrating to me is if you're going to build a varsity squad, then everybody should be tested to a varsity level. We don't make exceptions for our underclassmen. We've always had varsity cheerleaders in the program that are underclassmen because they earn their spot there. But if you're going to turn around and turn a varsity squad into a JV team, which I believe she built a beautiful JV team. I have coached many of these kids. I know many of the parents. I've had parents who have reached out to me that are connected to Pop Warner. There was a list of girls that would not make the team before they even tried out. There were pre-printed letters before tryouts even happened that were handed to the girls. She is a mom heavily connected to Pop Warner. Her daughter is an incoming freshman who made the team and informed me of all of this. Now, what she couldn't tell me was, did that list come from the administration because there were so many problems last year with the high school cheer? Or did she herself, the new coach, make that list? There was not a judging panel. I have checked with a dance coach that has served as a dance coach in Lyon County Schools for 13 years. She said she has never heard of there not being a judging panel, so that you avoid the bias, the favoritism. There was a brand new dance coach and a brand new cheer coach. The girls were not addressed by their names. They were asked nothing about themselves. She identified them by numbers, and basically none of them were coachable is what is turning out. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
So I'm going to give you guys a little background of who I am. So I was the high school.
Your name, please?
Erin Dunnigan. I was the high school cheer coach for Fernley High School last year. Prior to that, I was the Pop Warner cheer coach for these incoming freshmen that are coming in who made the cheer team. I've also been a varsity cheer coach for over 6 years, coached for over 10 years. So I have a lot to do. And the new coach that's coming in doesn't have a lot of background, and that's not her fault. I'm not here to put the coach down. I'm not here to put down any of the freshmen or anybody that made the team. I do know the levels of all the girls that made the team, and I know that there are a lot of girls that got cut that are, there was a flyer. She was the best flyer in 3A, like had great grades, never missed a practice, great attitude. I mean, a lot of these girls that got cut, I'm absolutely completely shocked because I know the level at all these girls. And if they're fresh, they didn't do any stunting at tryouts. New coach, never coached varsity. She just needed a little bit more direction. So I'm coming here with not just a complaint, because these moms aren't just like, my daughter is amazing and they're not amazing. I can vouch to that. These girls deserve, a lot of these girls that got cut deserve to be on that varsity team. They were on my varsity team last year. They were hitting skills that a lot of these newcomers don't even, have never even hit ever. So as a varsity cheer coach, you need to know the basics of stunting. Then you need to be able to do varsity stunts. They didn't have any of that at tryouts. That's part of the safety. You got these girls going to go up here to varsity level doing stunts. Can they do that? Did they prove they can do the basics in front of you? It's not her fault. Like I said again, she just needed to do like a little bit more direction. But what I think for a plan of like helping this, because she is a new coach, hey, let's sit down, like the staff at the school, sit down. You should have had a panel. You should have, what I've always done is made sure that there's 2 people on the panel that doesn't know anybody on that cheer team. Have an old cheerleader, have somebody, you know, the coach, at least 5 people judging, especially when it comes to cheer. You have 60 girls. This isn't like any other sports program. You're not going to have 60 people try out for the basketball program. It's not going to happen. Cheer is completely different entity to any other sport. But what I think is, what she should do is open it back up for the summertime. Your roster for NIAA is not due until the end of July. Open it up, let them come there, see who's showing up to practice, who's giving their best effort, what kind of stunting skills they can do for the varsity level. You know, she did tryouts for 2 days. You don't really get to see any of the skills for those girls. You know, she's a new coach, open it back up. If those people that made the team make it again, perfect. But maybe this gives the opportunity to a lot of these girls that got cut to show this new coach, like, hey, these are my skills. I do deserve to be on this team, and prove themselves. My kids all play varsity sports. They played as a freshman. I'm not saying freshmen don't deserve it. I do know what it takes to be a freshman on a varsity team. And I do think that you have to be extremely great to make that varsity team, because those varsity girls, they know all the cheers. They know the stunts.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Sarah Thomas for the record. My daughter tried out for the cheer team as well at Fernley High School. When we arrived, we didn't even know where to go. Apparently, there was emails sent out, communication that we didn't get, videos of the stuff they were supposed to do. We didn't get any of that. Me and my husband both looked through our emails. We never got any communication. So it was kind of failed from the beginning, even though she was there through everything. I kind of agree. We need to either open it up and have two squads, a varsity and a JV, something to give these girls a chance, and maybe a longer practice for them, a tryouts period, a week, whatever it is. But I agree with everybody else that we need to do something for these girls. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jillian Lash, and I am a Friendly High cheerleader.
Could you say your name again, please?
My name is Jillian Lash, and I'm a Friendly High cheerleader.
Thank you.
And I want a perspective coming from not just the parents, but from the kids. Sorry, I'm kind of nervous. I am a varsity lettered cheerleader, and this year I got cut. And I think it's really like biased when a coach comes in, tells you that I don't want you guys being cocky, and I don't want you guys being like, oh, I was on varsity last year, you know, like, doesn't mean you're going to be on it this year. Which I get it, because new coach, new ways of teaching, new ways of coaching. But the fact that she took 10 to 15 freshmen on the team and cut most of us varsity lettered girls, which are, some of them are back here, I think it is very, very biased because she's coached everyone, and all those girls that are on the team have been coached by her. And there is a list, so-called a list, of people who looks like they would start drama, people who have started drama, and people who just simply aren't going to be on the cheer team, which I get it. You can ask the athletic director for who started drama last year just so you have a drama-free team. I get it. But also at the same time, I was one of the girls on the list who looks like they started drama, and I try and stay away from drama the best I can. And I get it. I look like it because I have really bad RBF. But also at the same time, it kind of sucks when you're being called out on how you look, because that's judging a book by its cover. I could be the rudest person and look the nicest, but I could be the nicest person and look the rudest. But it doesn't matter because it's based off of skill, genuinely. Cheer and dance and spirit altogether is based off of skill. And I want to say some of these girls back here have amazing skill. We are competitive cheerleaders. I went to Worlds this year and got third place. And that's incredible for someone like me. And I just think it's genuinely just biased and disrespectful, and I don't think it's right. And I think she really needs to be held accountable for her actions, because all of us girls back here, as soon as we got cut, we were all crying because it sucks being cut from a cheer team that you were on for 2 years. Because I'm a sophomore in high school currently, and I was on it this year and last year. And just being cut from it, it genuinely sucks. And it feels like you're not worthy of doing cheer anymore, which half these girls, more than half these girls, are worthy of being varsity high cheerleaders or varsity cheerleaders. And it just sucks. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
My name is Miley Michelson.
Is the green light on?
Yes, it is. Is that better?
Sometimes you can turn it up, like the dial.
I think it's up all the way. Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Miley Michelson. I'm sure you guys are sick of hearing about cheer by now. I am one of the seniors who was cut this year. I've been cheering for about 7 or 8 years, and I'm not here to complain about the coach. I'm not here to bash her in any way. What I'm here to ask for is a second chance, because I do see the bias. I do see that she took girls that she's coached in the past instead of taking the girls who have really worked hard for this. I've gone through a lot, especially in the past year, in my health and with a lot of drama. And to be cut from a team of girls who I've been cheering with for so long, and to have to stand up and walk past them who did make the team, and to walk out and say, this is it, was one of the hardest things I've had to do.
because I always thought that I would have one more year.
I don't think she
I'm-
wants to use.
I am asking for a second chance. Please get a judging panel because there should be so much more judging than just one coach who has coached a lot of these girls and who has connections to all of these girls. I would like to be looked at by someone who doesn't know me and who can look at my actual skills and who can look at what I can do and what I can provide to the team. I will walk out there and I will put in 110% every time. I just want to be seen for what I am as a cheerleader, not to be judged on how I look, not to be pushed to the side for a lot of girls who she already knows. And I want to be, like I said, really seen because this takes away a lot of opportunities from us seniors who have worked really hard and who deserve to have our senior night, who deserve to have our final rally. She tells all of us to come back for basketball season, but we're missing out on half of a season if we do come back basketball season, and that's also not a guarantee that we will make the team again. I want my senior year, and I feel like that got taken away from me. I'm here to ask you guys for a second chance. Do a second tryout over the summer. Please, give us another chance to have our senior year.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Hi, I'm Serenity Kramer. I've been cheering for Friendly High since my freshman year. I play in multiple sports. And this year I was told that because I was at a championship game, I would not be able to be given a chance to try out. Not only to find out the majority of the team did not only, hold on, try out. The majority of the team not only are freshmen who did not have the skill set that most of the seniors have, but were given the chance on the team, and most seniors were not. I also have email proof that she told me I was not allowed to try out due to my other sports I was doing at the time.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, I'm Pepper Ward, and my daughter is a upcoming senior this year. She was also cut from the team. She was also the varsity head captain last year. Her reasoning for not making the team, because my daughter had went in there after tryouts to speak with her and ask her why. What did she do wrong? And the coach had told her she wasn't smiling enough and she wasn't loud enough. That's not my daughter. My daughter is very loud. She wasn't the varsity head captain for a reason. My daughter has been cheering since she was 5 years old. 5. So this would have been her 13th year cheering. And so for her senior year to be ripped away from her like that is not fair. There was the head coach and the dance coach that judged all of these girls. All of them. That's not fair. These girls deserve a second chance to be able to get what they worked so hard for. So, like we said, we're coming up here to ask you guys, please see our girls and hear them today to let this become a reality for them. You know, they want to be able to have their senior night, like Miley said. If they go or if they try out for the winter season, they don't get their senior night. They don't get to walk out on that football field and have their last hurrah. So if you guys are able to help with getting these girls, like not even a second tryout, the girls that already made the team, that's perfect. Nobody says they didn't earn their spot, but there should be another coach. There should be another team. There shouldn't only be one team. And this one team is supposed to be cheering for the JV football team and the varsity team. That's a lot for these girls to do. So if there's anything that you guys can do for these girls, we would appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any further public comment?
I do just want to say one thing. I hope that you've also talked to the principal at that school. The boards, that they're here to hear the public out, so that this is a good forum. I'm fine with that. But I do need to make sure we're pointing back also to the principal and you're having those meetings there. This board doesn't decide cut rubrics. They don't decide who makes the team or anything of that nature. So, again, your voices have been heard tonight. I've taken notes. But I do need you to make sure you're meeting with the principal as well, and that we're pointing back to that direction where that can be solved and taken care of. Sure.
Okay, I'm Kendall Cameron Lash again, and I did want to let you know that the parents did go in and speak with the athletic director on Friday morning. And basically, he was told everything that he told the parents, the coach is saying the opposite of. So we have something here in the middle that is problematic. He is saying that he offered her a freshman, a JV, and a varsity team like we've always had. I mean, I've had kids in school since 2000 in Friendly. I mean, I've had kids in school, our Friendly High School, since 2008. So the problem is that we can't get straight answers. Somewhere in the middle, we're going to find the truth, but nobody ever wants to get to the truth, unfortunately. So I know that she didn't like the fact that he said that he would be picking the other coach. She didn't like that. I think that's a great idea. I think there should be a JV coach. I think there should be a varsity coach. We had over 60 athletes trying out.
And I'm good with all this, and it's fair enough what you're saying. All I'm saying is you need to
know that
you met with the athletic director. I do need you to meet with the principal. That would be the next direction to go.
It will go nowhere either.
Okay. And again, I didn't mean to cut you off either, but.
My name is Nohea Wilson. I am speaking in regards to the FHS cheerleaders as well. I am one of the moms of one of the girls that got cut, and I did go to Fernley High School Friday morning, and I did speak with the athletic director as well as the principal was in there also. We are getting a lot of in the middle. We're being told, one thing, we're only allowed one team, we're only allowed a certain amount of girls. However, when we spoke to the principal and the athletic director on Friday, we were assured that that was not the case, that she was told she could take as many girls as she wanted, and that if it exceeded 24 girls, we would just need another coach for that team. My daughter is going to be a junior this year, and she has cheered since she was 5 years old. She made JV as a freshman. She made varsity as a sophomore and was one of the varsity captains. She had, we got some answers from the coach in regards as to why my daughter was not accepted. And one of those reasons was that she was uncoachable and not a team player. Anyone that knows my daughter knows that that is not correct. And 2 days of cheer tryouts where one day you learn a routine and you learn a dance and you learn a cheer, and then the next day you go in and you perform these. How do you in 6 hours tell me my daughter is uncoachable and not a team player? Obviously she's coachable enough to learn a routine. She's coachable enough to, come in and do all this. So she was really devastated. And like I said, I don't know this coach personally, but I think that a lot of these girls were, they were ripped of an opportunity this year. And I feel as us parents and the girls, we're not getting any answers. We're not getting anything told to us that something is going to be done. They just, all of them deserve a chance. And with the amount of girls that did try out, there should have been 2 teams. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. President. Trustee Farr.
So I just want to address Mr. Logan. You and I have had this conversation offline several times. As you know, Fernley is my jurisdiction on the board. I hear from a numerous amount of parents, constituents, and from, concerned parents about this from every school that's in our district. But I gotta say, and I cannot exaggerate this enough, the majority of the complaints I get are about Fernley High School and about Fernley High School's administration and their communication practices. And it's getting to be very, very old. To the point where I feel like if I'm on the board and we're not allowed to really do much about it as a board, then I gotta point my comments at you, sir, and say, I need you to do something about correcting the communication patterns that are happening at Fernley High School, sir.
I don't think you even know what's going on. Mr. Farr, you don't even know what's going on. You don't even know the other side. I've heard a lot too. And there is a lot of stuff that was going on, and they're not all that innocent. Was there fights going on your team?
Okay, hold on, are we,
Mr. Chair.
this is getting into
Sherry,
deliberation.
Sherry,
Well, all
Sherry,
I'm saying
this
is
trustee Parsons.
how they
Trustee
decide.
Parsons, you need to address the chair and not the public.
Yeah.
You need to address me and not the public.
Okay, well, how they decided to handle it, I think that they should be heard before, you can't just have one side.
Well, we hear anybody that comes to our meetings and wants to speak.
Because I've heard a lot
This is-
about what went on there and why
It's
it
not
just,
agenda item,
it
so we
finally
can't
just
deliberate.
blew up.
This is not one of our agenda items and we can't make a decision or
You're
take any
right.
action on this tonight anyway. So
But we shouldn't be having comments. that
Trustee Whistler?
The administrator's not doing their job.
I agree with Mr. Farr. I saw this firsthand a couple years ago when I found out that the band director was quitting. And I had made mention of something about it at a meeting, and then I was kind of rudely approached by one of the admin of Fernley High saying that they hired someone, but not one email was sent out to any of the parents. Me and my wife did not get one saying that there was a band director and that our son didn't have to worry about whether or not he was going to be able to do band the following year. So I agree, there is a lack of communication, and I would like Mr. Logan to know that we do need to get that fixed.
So I want to make sure that we all understand that we don't bring up anybody's name and we don't bring up positions in the school district either, because those can be related to a certain individual. So please refrain from that.
And just a reminder, this is public comment at this moment. If you want to agendize something later, you're able to do that, but this probably isn't the moment.
Trustee Peterson, did you have a comment?
No, I was just gonna say we're not allowed to deliberate on it, open meeting, thank you.
Okay. Would you like to step up and make a comment? It's still open.
Mr. Chair, I just want to, we're getting to a point where it's back and forth.
Well, that's why I talked to.
Yeah, and so
Parsons.
we need to keep these comments short and I think bring it to a close. I think the board is aware of what's going on and can follow up.
Do you have something different to say than it's already been said?
With all of it, yes.
Okay.
I want to bring in the band. So,
And, okay, all right.
so I, as a
And
parent,
please state your name.
Linda Miller,
Okay.
I, as a parent of 3 high school students, one who is graduating this year in June and 2 sophomores, have had multiple interactions with administration. And when it comes to band itself and cheer and dance and the programs that are not, let's say, football, basketball, those ones that make awards and show up and make money for, I don't know how you would consider it. Those programs are left behind. I have a student, my son was 4 years in band. Started there freshman year, a teacher got let go. Then sophomore year, he had another band teacher. Junior year, had another band teacher. And now here is his senior year, middle of the year, got a band teacher. I, being one of the booster parents, stepped in so my son could, at the beginning of the year, have a senior band year. There was 5 of us parents that stepped in. But I have seen it not just from band, from cheer. I have a softball player. The favoritisms and the allowing of new coaches and new people to kind of just do what they want because I need to fill that position. I've seen it from color guard. my daughter does softball and color guard. And just not being able to be, there's not fairness at this school. I moved here 7 years ago for the military and have served my country 12 years. And I came from a school that treated the kids like crap. And I was like, oh, this will be much better. And I still have a 6-year-old that has to come up into this. And I don't even want her going to this high school. I will stop her at middle school and be done because it just doesn't stop. You don't see fairness at this school. When you speak up, you get backlash. When you speak up, things aren't heard. And this is not fair. This is what these girls are trying to say. These girls are just trying to say, we want fairness. We want to see equality in this program. We want, if we have 63 girls right now, we need to fit the 63 girls in the number of teams that should be fit. You can't expect 20 girls to do 8 hours, because my daughter has done 8 hours of cheering for one time. My son, I would not expect my son to march a field for 8 hours. It's just equality. That's what we're asking for, and fairness. If there's going to be a tryout, it should be more than just the coaches. It should be fair. If it's going to be a band director, bring in someone that wants to be there, that's not going to quit the next year and go to a different school. If you're going to bring in kids that want to do these sports, allow them.
Thank you for your comments and thank you for your service. Are you going to be speaking on something different than has already been said? Okay. Please state your name.
Isabella Johnston.
Isabella?
Johnston.
Thank you.
I'm a sophomore this year, going to junior. And I miss a lot of school because of medical. But when I am there and stuff happens at school, I feel scared to go to the administration because it doesn't get handled, or it gets pushed off, or it basically doesn't get handled appropriately. I was on color guard my freshman year. There was a bunch of girls on the team, and then they all quit on me, and I was the only color guard girl for the freshman year. I was expected to do field show. I was expected to be at every football game on the field by myself. And then we got a coach this year for sophomore year. And I got kicked off the team for reasons that I didn't do. I'm just wanting to state that it is scary. I some days don't want to even get out of bed because I'm afraid something's gonna happen in school and it's not gonna get handled. I have to keep it in because it's scary. And a kid should be able to go to school without being scared to go to administration and for it to be handled. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any more public comment? You can only speak one time. Sorry. Is there any further public comment on any item? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. Yeah. I'm going to allow you to come up. Is this something new that you're going to speak about? Go ahead, state your name.
Abigail Johnston.
Thank you. Abigail.
I'd just like to say I am a sophomore going into a junior. I did go to these tryouts, and some of the girls that did make the team are perfectly fine. I love them, and I feel like they should make the team, but there's a couple girls that I feel like that shouldn't make the team because they're, like some of the parents said, that the girls were told that the coach wasn't gonna like bring on any cockiness or any like drama or anything. Some of the girls that made the team, they were the ones that brought drama to the team last year.
Okay.
So that's what I'm mad about. Because the girls that are here and that didn't make the team, they were really good. They are varsity level. They know how to cheer. They know how to smile. And then that's what I'm mad about. I don't think, I think we should get a second chance at this. And for us not to get a second chance, it's just not very respectful and it shouldn't be like this. Because it's just wrong. On a level that I know for this coach, I know her. I used to junior coach with her. My sophomore year, I did junior coaching for some of the girls, and she was a parent who used to go and help. She knows cheer level and she knows some stuff, but she only knows cheer level for like 7th and 8th graders. She doesn't know high school. And I feel like there should have been more people there to judge. For only one person to judge, that's just, no, that's not. For every single year I've done high school, there's always been like 6 judges there, even some more that like girls that had already finished cheer were there for judging. But for one coach, I just think that's not really fair because she barely knows anything about cheer. And yeah, I don't know what to say. Cheer needs a second chance, and the girls that are here need a second chance. I feel like I need a second chance because it's just wrong. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. This is my final call for public comment. Is there any more public comment? So it's closed. Public comment is closed. Thank you for all your comments as well. Moving on to agenda item number 10, the consent agenda for possible action. Per Lyon County School District Board Policy, BDD, Board Meeting Procedures, all matters listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and may be acted upon by the School Board of Trustees with one action and without discussion. During this meeting, any member of the board may request that an item be removed from the consent agenda, discussed, and acted upon separately. Is there any trustee discussion on this item?
Mr. President, if there's no discussion, can I make a motion?
Please make a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Peterson, a second by trustee Farr. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'm going to ask for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Moving on to agenda item number 11, fiscal year 2026 budget meeting hearing. I am calling the public hearing on the fiscal year 2026 budget to order. The district annually conducts a public hearing on the fiscal year 2026 tentative budget to provide citizens with the opportunity to input and comment on the district's proposed budget. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I call the public hearing on the fiscal year 2026 budget closed. Agenda item number 12, for possible action, discussion and possible action to provide district administration further direction on the Lyon County School District fiscal year 2026 tentative budget and/or approve it as the Lyon County School District fiscal year 2026 final budget. This item is being presented by Executive Director of Harmon Baines and Chief Financial Officer Kyle Rodriguez. Mr. Baines, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Superintendent, Board of Trustees, Kyle Rodriguez, Chief Financial Officer for the record. So I wanted to start this by saying we're in a legislative year. So after legislation closes, we have 30 days to file an amended final budget if any new legislation is passed. Also, the tentative budget was filed with the county clerk and the Department of Taxation and approved per NRS. So to start, the governor's recommended budget, which was then superseded by SB 500, originally had Lyon County School District receiving $3 less per student for adjusted base funding. We are now receiving $3 more, so SB 500 granted us $6 increase for adjusted base funding. The enrollment was decreased by the governor, and the district decided that we were going to use 8,904 students as our budget enrollment, as we budgeted 8,972 in fiscal year 25, and we have not hit that mark and have a $583,000 negative variance in adjusted base funding for this fiscal year. As always, the December augmented budget is presented, and if it will be updated off of Q1 average daily enrollment. So FY 26, we are receiving increases in English learner, which is 101,000, at risk for 187,000, and gifted and talented. So there are weights for these funds. So 0.45, 0.35, and 0.12 for EL at risk and GT respectively. We need to remember that that is at the state adjusted base, not our adjusted base revenue. So the state funds it, at $9,429, not our $11,491. So special ed, we are receiving an increase for $2,390. And when we develop this budget, we do position budgeting. So we budget to be 100% full. So we are fully staffed and we budget all vacancies in the middle of the salary schedule. That is our best guess. So we are budgeting to be fully staffed, and if there's any vacancy savings, that will be brought forth. At this time, I'll open it for any questions.
Trustee Farr?
Thanks, Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Baines. Luckily for me and some of my colleagues, I was able to attend a pretty comprehensive budget layout training for school board members a few months ago, so that I was able to, I'm not a big math guy, but I was able to wrap my head around, these 60 pages of what all these money streams go to. So I, again, have to commend you on preparing what I think is a pretty complete and thorough budget, knowing how tricky that is with the day-to-day changes with legislation coming down and that kind of thing. So I'm very impressed with what you put forward. Thank you.
Trustee Peterson?
I'm just going to make a comment and make a motion. Is that okay?
I just wanted to thank the two of you for all your hard work and your patience with me explaining things. I know I call upon you to explain things I don't understand, and you're always very gracious in your explanations. So thank you for that. Trustee Peterson?
Well, very well said. Thank you, guys. So I'm just going to move that we approve the final budget for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2026.
I second. I have a motion by Trustee Peterson, a second by Trustee Whistler. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, is there any discussion by the board on the motion that was made? Seeing none, I'm going to ask all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you for that presentation. Moving on to agenda item 13, discussion and possible action regarding the 5-year capital improvement plan. This item is presented by Executive Director of Operations Harmon Baines and Chief Financial Officer Kyle Rodriguez. Mr. Baines, Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. President, members of the board, for item number 13, we're seeking your approval of our 5-year capital improvement plan. The capital improvement plan aligns with our FY26 budget, therefore we are bringing it forward. It includes the following funds: building and site funds, capital improvement, residential construction, bond projects. All these funds and their expenditures current year, as the year is not over yet, so these numbers will fluctuate as the year comes to an end, along with projects for the next few years. We're open to any questions you may have.
I have a question. I should have asked this earlier today. The line item here, Silver Springs Transportation Yard Professional Services. It's on, I believe, the second page at the very top.
Yes, sir.
What are those professional services?
So Silver Springs, Transportation Yard was it didn't require an architect, however, it required a civil engineer. So that was civil engineering services for Loomis and Associates associated with that, transportation yard.
Thank you very much for that.
Of course.
That's it. Trustee Peterson, you wanted to make a motion?
Yep, looks good, guys. Thank you for bringing it every time we bring our budget. You get to see this lovely document. So I move to approve the 5-year capital improvement plan.
I second.
Yes. So I'm going to ask, is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I have a motion from Trustee Peterson and a second from Trustee Whistler. Do I have any discussion on the motion? Trustee Farr?
I just have one. I did sit through and I saw where some of the bond project funds we're looking at, because if I remember when I joined the board 3 years ago, we were looking at a bond capacity in 27. That's still correct and on track.
Correct. So we do have some bond capacity right now,
Yeah.
that we can go out for. However, with an ending fund balance for the next couple of years, it doesn't make sense for us to at least bond this fiscal year.
No.
However, in 2027, 2028, ironically, the same time we do a second Zonda, and Orcutt and Winslow Master Facilities Plan update, we will have the capacity of 75 million as long as revenues stay intact.
Excellent. That's perfect. We're on track.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry for the long answer.
Thank you, Trustee Farr. Trustee Peterson?
Yeah, I forgot I was gonna make a comment. I was really happy to see the playground equipment upgrades in there. It's about time. The kids will love it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion by the board? So, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Baines, Mr. Rodriguez.
Whatever you want to do.
Moving on to agenda item number 14 for possible action, discussion, and regarding the LCSD 10-year master facilities plan. This item is being presented by Executive Director of Operations, Harmon Baines, and who's the other gentleman with you?
Bob Templeton with Zonda Education.
Thank you, Bob.
May I proceed, Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. So we also have Scott Swinsky with Orcutt and Winslow with us as well, providing support if needed. So for item number 14, sir, we're bringing forward the winter demographic study conducted by Zonda Education. At the April board meeting last month, several trustees expressed some concerns regarding the demographics data that was presented to create enrollment projections shared, or going back, discussing it with our team, we felt it was appropriate to just have a demographics agenda item to make sure that we are presenting the data that has been collected by Zonda Education and with support of Orcutt and Winslow. And we definitely wanted to make sure you were comfortable and understanding the data and the work behind it before at the July meeting, which is at the anticipated July meeting, we bring forward possible recommendations. So that is why we're here tonight. There was in greater length presentation provided in your board packet. However, a bit more condensed version is being presented tonight. And again, we can bring up both if we need to. However, that's just what we're doing tonight. I'm going to pass it over to Bob to go through his work.
Well, thank you, President Hendricks, trustees, Superintendent Logan. It is my pleasure to be with you tonight. I've been doing demographics and planning for school districts for almost 20 years. I've worked with hundreds of school districts across many states, and we do a very in-depth research around several things, first around housing. So we want to look and study what's happening with new home construction and multifamily construction. We also consider job growth. We look what's happening with the region as far as the economic health of the region. And then we geocode your students. We take a student file from the district, geocode them to their addresses. So then we can look at yields of students per home. We look at the mobility patterns, and I'll show you some of those mobility patterns when we get to the specifics of the different parts of the district. And all of that is put together to perform the enrollment projections. I start at the elementary campuses first, so we start at the bottom, and then we build each elementary campus. We let those migrate up into the secondary campuses, and so the secondary campuses are considered after we've done all the elementary schools. Our team, I have a team of 14 individuals. We have a research team that interviewed the city staff of several of the cities. They were very cooperative. We got great information from the city planners. And so that gave us a pretty good footprint about the housing prospects for the district. We also look at the census data. We look at the census data, the American Community Survey data. And when we look at the data for the overall district data for the district, the total population within the school district's boundary is almost 63,000 students. Average size, household size is 2.57. When you break down that population by generation, your actual largest generation is actually the boomers. So definitely you're an older community with the highest group at the boomers. The second highest is the millennials. Now, the millennials are your younger parents. So there is kind of a mix there between the boomers, the older, and then the millennials, which is the younger parents. The Gen Z is the third largest group, which that is some of your older students and some of those in that 20 age group. The population in the county is growing. You can see by that line graph. So the population is growing, steadily growing, and I suspect it will continue to grow. We do look at your estimated school population, and we compare that to your enrollment. So this slide is illustrating that when you look at your enrollment compared to the school age population, you're capturing about 80% of your students. And that's what it was in 2020 when it was 79.4%. And in 2024, last year, it was at 80%. Now, where's the difference? That can be transfers to other districts, to the neighboring areas. It can be homeschool, and it could also be some private school. So that's what makes up that delta, but why you don't have 100%. We do this for about 100 school districts a year across many states. I would say that 80% is kind of in the middle of what I see. I see some districts that are in the 70s. I see on the high side, the very highest that I ever see is about 90%. So an 80% is kind of in the middle for what I would see for school districts. So it didn't strike me as unusual. For a lot of districts, though, this is the first time they've seen something like this to where they can understand what is the school age population and how are we capturing. Now we looked at the region. This is the state map for Nevada, and we've looked at the enrollment trends across the state. And what's interesting to me, because we do this with several different states across the country, the overall pattern is very similar to what I'm saying across the country. When I say that, it's because public school enrollment is declining in a majority of the areas across the country. There's multiple reasons for that. Some of it is related to birth rates. Birth rates, I'm sure you're well aware, have really gone down over the last 20 years. And so that birth rate issue is causing some of this. But we've also seen a pretty dramatic expansion in homeschool. The homeschool is growing because of online resources that have really advanced since the pandemic. And so homeschool numbers are a little bit hard to track because not all of those are reported across the country, but we have seen in multiple states, homeschool numbers have more than tripled in the last 5 years. Now, when we look specifically at the region, the Lyon County School District over the last 5 years, this is a 5-year thematic map. You have seen a little bit of a decline in that 5-year period, but when I look at your enrollment history, it was really about 4 and 5 years ago. Your last 3 years have actually been seeing a little bit of growth. but you do have the second smallest enrollment decline in the Reno-Carson City region. Now, one of the things I mentioned we look at job growth. The Tahoe Reno Industrial Center is one of the largest industrial centers in the world. So not just in the country, in the world. So you really do have this economic engine. Yes, sir.
Can we pause? I think trustee Parsons has a question. Okay.
And please,
Very good. Thank you.
stop me, because I'll get on a roll and get to rolling through here. But
You're doing a
please,
great
just-
job.
Just give me the finger and I'll pause.
All right, thank you.
But we do consider job growth. Job growth is very important because typically, jobs lead to the population coming to the area. And that's why we study jobs and we study housing. Now, when we look at the housing market, now Zonda is a big company. I'm a part of a Zonda, which is a housing research firm. So my corporate partners track new home construction across the country. So we're literally tracking about 85% of single-family construction across the nation. And I can tell you, this is a very cloudy season for new home construction, or for the housing market as a whole. It's because of the interest rates are still relatively high. The inflationary push upward on housing costs is still a challenge. But when we look at your total home sales within your boundary, you peaked in 2021. We saw that in multiple areas across the country as well. Because if you think back to what was happening at that point, we had historically low interest rates. Those interest rates in 2021 were in that 3 to 4% range. The pandemic actually caused a huge surge in new home construction, which we really could not have anticipated that at the time. Now, during that time, there was also challenges with labor, supply chain problems, which caused starts to spike, but closings lagged behind. But this graph, you can see your new home sale or your home sales dropped off, and it almost goes along with the rising interest rates. So the rising interest rates, if you remember, were marginally increased over about a 1.5 year period of time. And we were really hopeful that we would see a reduction in the interest rates this year, and we really haven't seen much of a reduction yet.
I want to go back a couple of slides. I have a question on Nevada school district enrollment. So it seems to have peaked around 2018-19, and it's seen a decline.
You had a couple of years of decline in there, but in the last 3 years, you've seen a little bit of growth.
So, yeah, we've gone from 454,000 down to 420.
Oh, the overall state.
The overall state,
Yes,
yeah.
that's correct.
Do you have any idea why that's happened?
Yeah, I think it's partially because of birth rates. It's also because of that homeschool leaving and going to homeschool.
Okay.
And that's happening everywhere. It is not unique to to Nevada. It's happening. I know in Texas, the homeschool numbers are approaching 450,000 kids. And it's literally and it's the advancement of those online resources. It's now much easier to homeschool, and they form these little micro communities and network. And so the resources are much more readily available than they were 15 years ago.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Parsons?
Questions. In the year 2000, Dayton had 9,682 people. And this is the census. Fernley had 8,000. Okay, 8,596. Okay, our most recent census, which it doesn't seem like you guys took any of this into consideration, Dayton is only 15,873. And Fernley is now, which we remember was the lower population in 2000, now we're at the high population, 25,506. And this was a census. So it's like your numbers don't even make sense.
Well, that's looking at total population.
Yeah, it
And
is
so it's looking
totally.
at, and I'm looking, in my forecast, I'm looking at school age.
And it's like three times.
Right, and if you,
And Dayton's only two, but you guys say, oh, Dayton's going to be the one needing more schools. No, that doesn't even make sense. When they're only growing by two, we're growing by 3 or 4.
Mhm.
So that does not make sense. So I think I'd get new people to do your math.
Ms. Parsons,
What?
we've yet to make any sort of recommendations. That is anticipated to come in July. So
Okay,
again,
well,
right now, we're just.
I'm just saying what I
sharing data.
got last month when it showed, oh, Dayton's gonna be needing all new schools, and Fernley, which is already at capacity.
Mhm.
If you guys really went and looked, you would have seen that we're past 100%, like at our high school and other schools. We need something now, and you guys say, oh, in so many years, Dayton needs it. It just doesn't make sense.
Thank you, trustee Parsons.
okay, so,
There we go.
okay. We also look at the price range of houses. And so with our data, we're able to determine that an average new home price, you can see it is going up pretty significantly. As of 2024, the average new home price selling in the school district was about 451,000. The average sale price of an existing home in the school district is right at 374,000. So it is leveling a little bit. So it's not at that same sharp trajectory of an increase that we saw back in 2021. So it is leveling off a little bit, and hopefully we can keep that pricing down to help with affordability for these families buying these homes. Now, we did study each feeder pattern of the district, and so you can see from this slide, it's just a big picture overview of the housing market. And the green shaded areas are the active subdivisions that are building new single-family homes. The yellow shaded areas are future subdivisions, and you can see those two really large yellow shaded areas. I would describe those more as concept plans about the city. So we visited with the city, they shared with us the concept plans for those, or master land use plans for those, but those are very far into the future. So it doesn't mean that they're gonna happen anytime soon, but those green areas, they are active and they are building homes. And I do have the details that we provided in the earlier report. So just within this area, we have 5 actively building subdivisions. 90 lots are available for builders to build on. There's the potential for another 39,000 lots. So this area is in a position to see really good growth. It's just a matter of the timing. And when I get to the details on the grade breakdown, you can see what's happening is this area does have larger grade sizes at the secondary, middle and secondary grade levels. So then they're rolling out larger classes, and the kindergarten classes coming in are smaller. So these smaller incoming kindergarten classes, because of the lower birth rates, that's what's leading to it not growing as fast as it feels like, or as it looks like. So that's what's leading into this. There is groundwork underway on about 250 lots in 4 different subdivisions across the Fernley area.
So how many lots or how many homes do they finish on an annual basis?
I think when we just look at this one, I've got a housing forecast later in the presentation, and where I do break it down. So in the Fernley zone, they're seeing about 200 single-family homes per year being built.
Okay.
Tom, Mr.
Trustee Peter, she's next.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Trustee Peterson?
I think what our presenter is trying to show us is that if the census or overall population growth, he pointed out that our largest group of people is the baby boomers. So we are growing, but it's the older generation that is growing in our communities. And our K-12 enrollment is staying pretty flat, maybe just a few increases here or there. So while it depends on which data you're looking at, if you're looking at overall census, yes, you can see that it's growing and there's all these homes being built, but people are moving into them, either they don't have children or they're retired. And so just remember, keep that in mind when he's giving our presentation.
Well, you think that Fernley's got more than Dayton?
It doesn't matter. We're talking about the whole school district.
Overall. Yeah, you guys don't have, so why would you guys be getting more? That was my problem when I looked at it. is because you guys just, in fact, we've got our mayor here. He can probably tell you how many houses that we have potentially got.
Yeah, potential, but how many are we actually building per year?
Okay.
I think that's what he just stated. And I think that's the important factor.
Yeah, why don't we let him speak and tell this guy?
Would you like to speak, Mr. McIntyre?
Support. Real quick, Neil McIntyre, for the record, and right now we have 4,000 single-family permit homes that have already been approved by the council.
But has ground been broken on those lots?
Not all of them, not at the same time, no.
So, and we're finishing 200 homes a year. You agree with that?
That could be very, very close, yeah.
Okay, so that's,
And like
those are the people that are moving in, or the ones into those homes that are finished, not the lots
And
that
so-
have building permits on them.
And so just so you know, as these areas get developed out in the Mark IV area where they have Google and all these other, big companies coming in, they're gonna need people, then these houses might even increase as far as how many are built per year. But right now, he's really close. It's about 200, a little over 200 a year, so he's correct.
I think that's the.
And we
that's the
do show it
important number.
increasing. We show a pretty significant increase. And so, that's where we've been doing a little crystal ball for sure. Because, right now, consumer confidence, 40-year lows. We're seeing the lowest levels of consumer confidence that we've seen. Now, consumer confidence causes people to delay those big decisions like buying houses, buying cars. And so we are in a little bit of a cloudy season as it relates to the uncertainty with interest rates, the high cost, tariffs. Now, you hear tariffs a lot, but tariffs have a significant potential impact on the housing market because a majority of the building components, windows, doors, light fixtures, most of that is produced overseas and outside of the country. Lumber, most of the lumber for new housing comes from Canada. And so that's what's causing me to be a little conservative on the housing market for the next couple of years. But then all things change. They cycle up, they cycle differently. And so that's why then we have forecasted a pretty significant increase in the forecast in those years beyond 2 to 10.
Trustee Farr, do you have a question?
Yes, sir. So I was, sorry, skipping ahead of your presentation there a little bit. I was very interested in this bar graph you have on your enrollment graphic. Because what I want to look at and what's pertinent to this discussion, I believe the most, is when we talk about capacity in the schools that we currently have. We talk about that capacity, and I'm looking at some of these schools, like you said, we're top heavy, right? We have the middle and the high schools we've got huge classes, and I understand that. I'm looking across the board at our high schools and middle schools, and I'm seeing that for the most part, the current enrollment, in-person enrollment, is almost right at what you're classifying as the functional capacity of the campus. And then I'm looking at the average daily absences going, okay, we talk about one of our goals on the board is reducing absenteeism. Are you saying then if we were able to successfully, let's say, cut our absenteeism by 10%, we're going to be over capacity in person with a lot of our schools as they currently stand?
Well, our enrollment projections aren't based on attendance. It's based on enrollment. So it's projected enrollment. It doesn't factor in the attendance.
I think there's another important factor there as well, and that is the Lion Online.
Well, that's not included. When I look at this bar graph, Mr. President, it shows the current line online enrollment, shows maximum capacity of the campus, functional capacity of the campus, pretty big. Like, look at Fernley High School here, for example. They show maximum capacity of the campus is close to, I'd say, right around 1,350 students. The current enrollment, they have it just right around 1,150 in person. And then they show that the functional capacity is right around that same number. But then you're looking at, I would say, somewhere right around just over 300 per day, average daily absences. How can we be at max functional capacity of the campus if over 300 kids a day out of that number are not in person in school?
I agree with you. I think that's deceiving. I think if you take those absentees out, I mean, when we go to do our school walks, I don't see overcrowding.
No, I don't either.
And then if you also take out the Lion Online students, there's another segment that isn't in the school on a daily
Sure.
basis, so.
So hence my concern with, if we do say, hey, find the magic pill that solves the chronic absenteeism, are we going to be over capacity as we currently stand? That's my question.
So, Mr. Farr, you are getting ahead of us here for a little bit. That we wouldn't, because it wouldn't add those kids back into the functional enrollment. So the current enrollment and that functional capacity is as of today, and it doesn't remove the absences. The absentee bar is just of those kids, this many, according to the bar graph, are absent, right? So we're not going to put that on top.
So we're saying on paper, we're at functional capacity when
Correct.
in real life,
In reality,
we are nowhere near close to full capacity.
correct.
Gotcha.
Well,
Thank you.
if they're enrolled, we've got to have room for them. I mean, we're working to get those kids back and have regular attendance. But that's when we do things like take their bus routes away and things like that. How do we expect them to get to school? So anyways.
So, Mr. Hendricks, if I may, can I let Bob continue with this presentation?
Yes.
Just to kind of reel this in, and
Yeah.
we'll touch back on everything here. I don't want to stop the conversation. But I do think he will answer a lot of the questions that the board may have with the rest of his presentation. So,
That might be a good idea. Just take some notes on your own wait till the end, let him finish his presentation.
So next, looking at the Dayton area. The Dayton area of the district has 5 actively building subdivisions with more than 230 lots currently available for builders to build on. There are 10 future subdivisions that are in various stages of planning, totaling nearly 7,000 future lots. Again, those are the yellow shaded areas. Where you see a red outline around either a green or a yellow shaded areas, those are areas where we have groundwork underway. So developers are working to deliver new lots. And in the Dayton sector, we have 400 lots that are in the development pipeline. And those again are outlined in the red. And again, you can see the huge potential for futures also is there in the Dayton zone as well. Now, I mentioned we geocode your students so that we can look at yields, because we're not only studying single family, we're studying the multifamily picture as well. And this slide is illustrating the purple shaded area is a multifamily project that is under construction. We've got 320 multifamily units under construction here, but we also have an additional 1,500 multifamily units that are in the planning stages. Those are the aqua green shaded areas. So the Fernley area is seeing single family and multifamily. The multifamily yields are much lower than what we see in single family. Now, when we look at the yields, so this slide is showing the yields of the multifamily in the Fernley attendance area. We have 107 students residing in about 1,341 multifamily units in the Fernley area. The average overall yield is 0.314, and one of those, I believe, is a manufactured housing community. So that's likely what's caused that one big red one is a mobile home community. The green are yielding less than 0.25, and the yellow is yielding between 0.25 and 0.5. Now, in the Dayton area, we have 38 students residing in multifamily units. We've got 38 residing in 440 units. The yield in the Dayton zone, very low, 0.086 students per multifamily unit in the Dayton area. In the Yerington zone, we've got 39 students residing in the multifamily units, 76 units. The average yield here is 0.513. You can see it's that orange and the yellow. We've got 2 areas there that are yielding those students. We did calculate the average yield for each of the feeder pattern areas. The Fernley is yielding 0.48. The Silver Stage is yielding 0.28. Dayton is yielding 0.31. And Yerington is yielding 0.34. So the Fernley zone is yielding the highest yield of students per single family home, and that does include the manufactured homes that are on individual parcels, not mobile home parks, but a mobile home on a spot of land. Now, this is our housing forecast. So we have forecasted it out for 5 years. You can see in the Dayton zone, we're forecasting about 150 single-family homes. The Fernley zone, we're forecasting about 200. That was this year. When we look at next year, Dayton is a little over 100. Finley is right at 100, but we're adding in the multifamily. That's the green bar is the multifamily. The purple bar is the single family. And then you can see when we get to 27, 28, that's when the housing really picks up in the Fernley zone. And ultimately in years 4 and 5, 28, 29, we could be seeing close to 400 single family homes in the Fernley zone. And in this stays at about that, just almost 400 in those 2 years. We do see Dayton potentially picking up in the 29, 30 year, but doing just a little bit less than what we're seeing in Fernley. We're also seeing some pretty significant multifamily occupancies in those 4 and 5 years as well. And so definitely being a little conservative in the next 2 years based on what we're seeing with the housing market and with just high costs and consumer confidence. And then it does potentially pick up in years 3 through 5. I did mention we geocoded your students. This is all of your students that we geocoded this year. We do show 175 students that reside outside the district's boundary, and we've got about 56% of your students that live in the Fernley city limits. So that is where a largest share of your students live. Now, this is looking at your enrollment history. This is the enrollment history for the last 5 years. The yellow cell is the largest grade per year. So this kind of illustrates that bubble of large enrollment up in the secondary grade levels. You can see the green shaded cell is the second largest class. So you can see it's pretty consistent how your largest 2 classes have worked their way up through the middle school grades back in 2020. Now the 11th grade class is 743, 8th grade class 729, and look at that kindergarten class. That kindergarten class is 555 kids. So what's the bottom line? Why do I care about the kindergarten versus the 12th grade class? When you roll up those kids, that automatically has you kind of swimming upstream with your forecast because you're graduating more kids that are coming in. Again, that's part of its birth rate, part of its some choice that may be happening with homeschool. We definitely see in the other states that I work in, I am seeing that the homeschool really is gaining ground in those younger grade levels because the content is a little easier. And so then as they get to middle school, we see a return. And you're actually one of your largest cohorts. That bottom table is the grade level change. That's a cohort. And one of your largest cohorts is 7th grade. It's 1.04. So what does that mean? 7th grade's growing faster than 6th. It's growing faster than 8th. And your 9th grade cohort is one of your smaller cohorts amongst the 9th and 10th. And then you've got 11th at 0.99, 12th is 0.91. So that's just a part of the formula that we use. We look at your cohort patterns, we build in the housing, and that's what then ultimately leads to the projections. So this is what the grade level forecast looks like for the entire district. You can see the number that I'm forecasting for next year, pretty similar to what happened this year. So just a tad bit of growth this year, grows a little bit more in the 26, 27 year, and then year 3. That's when the growth really starts to pick up. It gets over 1%. And in that year and beyond, you're starting to grow more than 100. And ultimately, you could get to over 200 to 300 students per year of growth. What causes also to contribute to that? The bubble leaves. So the bubble leaves, and then we're able to start growing across the grade levels again. Now, I'll go to the elementary campuses. And so this is looking at all of the elementary campuses. This does have the functional capacity and the maximum capacity. Those numbers were provided to us. So you can see the Riverview and the Sutro, excuse me if I mispronounced that, Sutro Elementary, they are above the functional capacity. And then when you get to about 4 years out, you've got, 4 elementary schools that are at or just going above functional capacity. At the secondary levels, you can see at the intermediate schools, it's Fernley Intermediate. That's going to be at 630 this year. And again, the reason it's dropping is those grade levels working through. That's why it's getting a little smaller before it starts to get bigger again. At the high schools, we're in pretty good shape there through the next several years. But ultimately, Fernley High School could be approaching capacity in years, 9 to 10. I also encourage our clients, really just focus on the 5-year forecast because a lot can change in those latter years. Now, our track record is really good. We tend to be within 1%, 1 to 2% in the first year of the forecast. Then the second year, it can be in that 2 to 3% range. I believe we're on a schedule to possibly do an update in year 2. So we will be looking at this. When we look at the specific areas, this is the grade level breakdown at the Fernley feeder pattern. And you can see again, I look at the high school grade levels and they're much larger than the incoming kindergarten class. So that's what's keeping this feeder pattern growing smaller because of those numbers the way that they are. But it is still showing some pretty healthy growth over the next 5 to 10 years. The Dayton zone is pretty much flat. I'd say growing just 1 student next year, then it starts to grow, 1 to 2%, gets to about 4% growth in the 5-year mark. The Silver Stage area, really not seeing any change there. It's staying about 1,050-ish kids for the bulk of the forecast. So not much change in the Silver Stage area. In the Yerington feeder area, again, it's probably going to be declining in enrollment over the 10-year period. And the Smithson Valley feeder pattern, seeing just a tiny bit of growth, but it's a much smaller feeder pattern. It could get to about 200 students in 6 to 7 years. So the Lyon County School District enrollment has remained pretty steady over the last 5 years, declining only about 20 students since the 2018-19 year. We do have about 300 lots available to build on in various regions of the district. We've got nearly 10,000 future lots in the planning stages across the district. And ultimately beyond that, there's even room for another 36,000 once you consider those master plan or those land use plan areas of the city. The enrollment is expected to exceed about 9,600 students in 5 years. And by 2034, the enrollment could almost be 11,000 students.
Thank you, Bob. If I can get you to please go to slide 16 for me.
Yes.
No, next, slide 16. It was this one. Oh. One more forward. There we go. So this is, again, before we open up for questions, this is a very important slide, I believe, and something that should be taken into consideration. So again, like Bob shared, this is the yield rate for every lot that's being developed. So in Fernley, like the mayor attested to, like Bob's attested to, we are looking at roughly at maximum 200 lots being developed a year. So if we times that by 0.48, we're looking at less than 100 kids being generated a year from that whole year's worth of growth, right? So if we have 100 kids being generated, but our senior class being greater than our incoming class and new growth, we're looking at a projection down. And again, these are just projections. However, this is I just want everybody to keep an eye on this rate because that's what we look at. It looks like we have growth happening everywhere, which we do. Fernley has tons of lots being developed, has tons of planning and lots of hype, and same thing with Dayton. I was on 2 calls this month alone with Dayton developers telling me that they're gonna have tens of thousands of lots developed. However, those are years and years and years out. And to Bob's point, we should be looking at this in a 1 to 4 or a 5-year scale. We have developed a great contract to where this is going to be redone in the year 27, 28, which is about the same time where we have the ability to bond. So as we move forward, as the analysis and all the data shows that that's when we're really going to be picking up, well, in 27, 28, let's take a look at again, are we actually going to be picking up what has actually taken place over the past 2.5 years? And that is why this data is great. But if you look at the previous master plans, after the 2, 3, 4 year mark, it is just a very expensive paperweight. So again, the contract that we've written, we're going to be redoing the study every 3 years. And we're going to be able to adjust the yields is what we look for. And the lots that are being developed is what we look for. Specifically the ones that have groundwork underway, because those are far closer to being actually put up than those who just have permits and set aside. Because there's lots of projects, and again, specifically in the Fernley and Dayton area, that have hundreds, 700 plus permits approved, however, have had no action since 2022, 2021, basically since interest rates changed. So if it's too expensive to build, the builder's just going to hold off. If you have infrastructure issues like we do in Dayton, the builders are going to hold off and the city's going to hold off. So again, this is just data. We wanted to present the data, bring the expert that developed the data, and open it up for questions. We are not making any recommendations tonight. That is not the purpose of this. We are not saying Fernley's getting more or Dayton's getting more. That is this board's decision at a later date. However, tonight we wanted to share the work that's been done by Zonda and Scott and the Orca team to put this together.
So you're saying that our next opportunity to have substantial funding available through the bond is going to be in 27, 28, and that's when we're going to revisit all these numbers anyway?
That is correct.
Okay.
Substantial opportunity to bond in terms of a new campus or an additional wing or additions to our current campuses. And Mr. Rodriguez back there is probably saying, please mention that with a new campus comes about $4 to $5 million worth of overhead. So we have to keep that in mind while we think of these things. We don't want to make a hasty decision and really put ourselves in hot water with a new campus, because overhead comes whether you like it or not with campuses.
I believe Trustee Farr had a question.
Yes, sir. So earlier in your presentation, you talked about a substantial growth engine, that being the Nevada Pacific or the USA Parkway project, and how large in scale that is, and bringing. Having been a Fernley resident for long enough to have seen when that actually came about, and the housing shortage that existed in Fernley at that time, because when the housing crunch across this country in '08 hit and the bottom fell out of the market, there was no building going on in Fernley for several years. And then it started surging again because it brought in a lot of things. The thing I guess I'm trying to wrap my mind around with your numbers of 0.48 here and 0.28 there for, new homes being constructed, is that what I've seen in the last 12 to 13 years is that while you may have a conservative number on, say, a new single family starter home, and you get a young couple and here they go and they have their first baby, and that may match those numbers there. But we see entire families move here intact with 3 to 4 grade levels of students belonging to those families coming right into our schools because of the growth engines that bring the jobs. So they move here with their families. Is that taken into account, and how do you factor in that data?
Yes, we do factor in because we look at what's been your history. So we look at the history over those 12 years, though not 12, but in this case, 6 years. So we've looked at that history and we compare that to the housing. So we can see what the mobility is and what the yields are. So it's not just a function of X number of houses generate. That is one piece of the equation, but it's also looking at those cohort patterns of the grade level change. And I'd say the biggest change really has been in the last 5 years because of the pandemic and what's happened with choice. So the choice aspect is what's also playing into this to cause those numbers to be lower than what we saw 10, 12 years ago. But this is, again, it's not just a Clark County School District phenomenon that I'm witnessing. This is happening all across the country, and we're seeing significant numbers of families not choose public ed. Most of them are choosing homeschool, and they're choosing it because of its ease and its accessibility, and the technology has made it very easy. But I won't be waiting 3 years to look at your data. I'll be saying, hey, I want to see your enrollment so that I can do the comparisons. We will immediately start digesting what's happening ahead of when we officially do the update, because I'm going to be really curious to see how the numbers come out.
Thank you, Mr. Templeton. Trustee Parsons?
You know, really though, you're smiling, but we have lived through Fernley where we had to use our church for classrooms. We had to have kids in the hallways in classrooms before we could get our mobile homes, those mobile units that we don't like, but we had to put them all over just to house some kids. And yeah, and when you guys say Dayton's going to need more schools and they are only at 60-something% and we're at 100%, and you can see just by looking at the census where it's going, they're less than 2, we're at more than 3 growth. And I don't see how you can't see that and you didn't take it into consideration, and you're smiling again, and I don't want our kids in the hallways again.
Thank you, Trustee Parsons. Trustee Bull?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just a comment, and you're hitting on a point as far as the declining enrollment and how more parents are opting for homeschooling, private schools, and so forth. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that people are basically unhappy with the public education system, and it's something that we all are wrestling with right at this time to try to figure out how to improve that. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, there's a point where it'll probably plateau. The loss of enrollment will probably plateau because of practicality and lack of places for people to take their kids. But we need to face the fact that a lot of people are opting out of the public education system because they're unhappy with the results that they're seeing from kids in school.
Thank you, Trustee Bull. And just so that there's going to be a segment of public comment as soon as we finish with the trustee comments. So please hold your question. Thank you. Trustee Whistler?
Thank you, President. I just want to say thanks for the presentation. I'm not a numbers guy. When I was going through this, I don't drink anymore, but I almost started. So, Mr. Baines, I do want to ask a favor. Can we give Lion Online their own slide? It seems they're always tied in with something negative, like absenteeism or something. They work really hard on our students, and I honestly think they kind of deserve their own slide showing what a great job they're doing or how many students they're helping. So maybe next time if we have them, we can throw them a little bone and give them their own little slide.
Absolutely, Mr. Russo. That was not intended.
My wife did not text me, tell me to say that for the record.
That by no means was intended to be negative. That slide was, that came from myself and Scott back there. We wanted to kind of present with the graphic, if you want to put the graphic up real quick, the actual, I want to say, reality of how busy and full our campuses are, right? We can say that we are at functional or at maximum capacity. However, if we have an absentee rate of 25, 27, 30, 33% in our campuses, in my opinion, and in Orcutt and Winslow's opinion, we believe the board should be aware of those rates and therefore be able to make decisions based on those rates, right? We would hate, again, my opinion, we would hate to recommend, and we would not recommend a new cafeteria for a campus that has 30% absenteeism, therefore you're operating at 40% below functional capacity every day, right? On paper, you look like you're full, right? However, if you remove Lion Online, which should be removed, they're not in the school every day, so they should be removed from their enrollment. On paper, it's great. We want the average daily enrollment. We want the state funding it. However, they're not in our buildings. They're not using our facilities, similar to the 30, 25, 20% of the absentees that we have in our schools every single day. They're also not using our facilities. So again, it is our job to present as much data as possible to the trustees on this board. and for you guys to have the tough conversations and make the tough decisions. So that's why we put this slide together again. Mr. Whistler, it was not meant to be negative. It was actually meant to show that it is significant, right? That is a significant number. And honestly, that number was pulled in December, way before their enrollment took off January and February. So that bar would be much bigger had we done this again with current enrollment figures. So again, just more information we want to provide to this board.
Thank you, Mr. Baines. Trustee Peterson?
I have a question about the multifamily yields. Is that typical? I would feel like multifamily would have higher students. Is this typical or no?
No, multifamily really does yield lower than single family.
Huh.
What can skew it is the mobile home parks, because mobile home parks, they don't really own the land, so it's the renting to a degree. So we do categorize mobile home parks as multifamily. That is typically the highest yielding type of multifamily. But overall, traditional apartments yield lower, much lower.
That's interesting.
Is that because of the age of the people that are?
It can be the number of bedroom mix, what's the bedroom mix of the apartments. So a lot of times they're mostly 1s and 2 bedrooms. So they really don't have a lot of space. Also, the apartments are getting pretty expensive. And so therefore, it's more of a lifestyle. Multifamily is a little bit more of a lifestyle.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Going back to the lots. No. So you said there's currently 200 lots available per year in Fernley. Is that number going up?
That number is the homes, constructed homes.
Constructed homes.
Constructed homes. And yes, it is going up, but I'm being a little conservative over the next couple of years, and then it gradually goes up in years 4 and 5. It jumps up pretty significantly.
Okay. And then what about the homes available in Dayton? What's that number at currently, and what's your projection there?
In Dayton, we're forecasting new single family to be a little over 100.
Okay.
And then in year 2, it drops below 100. In year 3, it goes above 100 again. And then in Dayton, in year 4, it goes to about 250 new homes.
In Dayton?
In Dayton.
Okay.
In that same year, the Fernley zone is about 350.
Okay.
So it's about 100 more.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion by the board? Trustee Carson?
Okay, so I'm a math person, so other people understand the math around if you go to the 10-year forecast by campus level elementary. Reason why we're thinking that we might need another school is because we're almost at functional or above functional capacity for the Dayton elementary schools already, right? Is that why we're thinking about that?
On paper we are, but.
Paper we are, yeah.
Pull out the absentees and the line online, it paints a different picture.
For elementary?
For all, well, the elementary is fewer, line online or none. It's still up to the absentee.
Ms. Carson,
Yeah.
we are not making any recommendations tonight. We have not at any point said we needed anything anywhere. We're simply providing data.
Okay.
And again, it is for a later meeting to have the conversations around what this board feels is best for this district moving forward. There are several ways to manage capacity.
Okay.
Right there, if we have new students coming, we've done it in the past with combining grades or moving grades to different campuses, wings before campuses. Like East Valley Elementary School, we added a dozen classrooms. And that's where a lot of the growth is happening in Fernley, is right in front of East Valley Elementary School. And that was anticipated and done therefore. That's why. So again, we're not recommending anything tonight. That is for a later date. However, we wanted to share the data that we've collected over the past, year.
Okay.
So, thank you for that. Any further board discussion? So I'm going to open this up to public comment at this point.
So I just want to bring in,
State your name,
oh,
please.
sorry, Ron Wells, the Arrington resident.
Thank you, Ron.
Mr. Baines, there's things we'll agree on and disagree on. This I actually agree with him, just so everybody's aware. I'm in the auto industry and we watch these same trends and analytics and analysis. I get a report every month on people that are buying cars. Who are they? Do they have children? And they are absolutely right. The people that are moving in here right now, they don't have children. They're retirees that are moving in here, and then they're also, like we call them, the millennials that are coming in that are starting new families where we're not going to see their kids in the school districts for another 6 to 10 years. So their data actually matches right up with mine in the auto industry. So I just wanted to bring that to you guys so you're aware, and that was a great presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Is there any further public comment? Seeing none, I'm gonna, we're not gonna take any action on this item, so we don't need a vote. We're gonna bring this back in July. Okay. We're gonna take a short, 10-minute break here. Meeting's adjourned at 8, or Trustees back to order at 8:55. So moving on to agenda item 16, discussion and possible action regarding a presentation on the Lyon County School District Adult Education Services. Oh, I wrote that wrong then. Excuse me. Item number 15, for discussion and possible action regarding a contract with Chartwells as Lyon County School District's nutritional services management company for the 25-26 school year. This item is being presented by Executive Director of Operation Harmon Baines. Mr. Baines.
Excellent. Mr. President, members of the board, for item number 15, we're seeking your approval for Chartwells in another 5-year contract. This contract, just like the last one, will be brought forward annually for either board renewal for an additional year, for a maximum of 5 years, or a board termination. I want to begin by apologizing to Mr. Wells, the trustees, and the public. Mr. Wells is absolutely right. We had a meeting last week and he handed me those letters. Shortly after the meeting, we did scan those over to Ms. Heim, but unfortunately, this is the week where I should have followed up and I did not follow up, and they missed the board packet. So it is our mistake. Again, it was not a malice. It was something that we missed, and we should have followed up to make sure that she understood what we were scanning her. Again, for that, again, I apologize to Mr. Wells and the board for not getting those letters to you. Moving on February 3rd, we did release a new request for proposal for a new food service management company. A pre-mandatory proposal conference was held February 14th. With the proposal due date of March 13th. We received 3 proposals, with the initial review of all proposals being done internally and the final review being done via an interview, excuse me, with both the district leadership and several board members. I want to thank Trustee Peterson, Trustee Bull, and President Hendricks for joining us on those interviews. You all asked great questions. And I hope you got some input from the interview process as well of the program and the vision that we have for the program moving forward. Over the past 5 years, Chartwells has made some great strides with our nutrition services program. And as with everything, it's come with this hurdles as well. For example, the COVID pandemic that nobody planned for was a great start to our relationship for 2 years. And the USDA and the NDA hoops we jumped through to make sure that all our kids were fed, no matter what the restrictions and the requirements were. To this day, I still remember loading up school buses and taking them to bus stops and parks to actually get meals dispersed. So it was a unique time that I'm glad is long past behind us now. We do have great vision for our program, and with the hurdles and a new director coming on board, we do believe we're going to get this program even better than it is already. Over the past 5 years, we've gone from serving 1.1 million meals a year to now serving 1.6 million meals a year. So we've made nearly a half a million meal increase getting to our students. And again, we're creating a robust summer program as well, making sure students are fed throughout the summer, whether they're in summer school or not. You'll be getting lots of emails, reminders, and letters in the mail reminders about that. We've also, as a district, achieved CEP for all schools district-wide. This is something that without a food service management company, we cannot achieve or sustain long-term. So this is a huge kudos to Mr. Rodriguez here for working with Chartwells very closely last year to make sure that we are CEP. And again, all students in our district are eating for free breakfast and lunch. And as we all very well know, for many of these students, this might be the only 2 meals they receive all day. So it is a great thing that, again, to this board approving, it's a great thing. Again, in the contract, there is a guarantee of a loss no more than $250,000 a year to the district. Any loss greater than that will be made up for by Chartwells, and that is a contracted amount. Going CEP and making sure all kids are fed, we do go into the negative a little. Mr. Rodriguez has budgeted a food service transfer from the general fund if necessary. However, we feel that for the next 4 years, we have a very sustainable program and may not need to do that. That is the gist of it. Other than that, the contract stays pretty straightforward as it has the last 5 years, and we are open to any questions you may have.
Trustee Farr?
I didn't have a question so much as more of a humorous comment. I do appreciate what Chartwell's does. I've seen it in the classroom personally, and I've seen, the service they provide. I didn't realize that this last weekend when I was looking at the agenda that I was going to have a 370-page proposal to read through. I put down War and Peace and started reading the Chartwell's proposal. So no, I just wanted to make that clear. But thank you. That was very in-depth and very thorough.
We'll put you on the review committee for the next one.
Thank you, Trustee Farr. Trustee Parsons?
Microphone.
Your mic.
The wages of the employees not being what they should be. And I was wondering, does Chartwell have any plans for increasing the wages or?
If the Mr. President would like, there are Chartwell's representatives. However, as a district, we are not, the focus that superintendent has provided us is to focus on the students of our district. And while they are staff, they are our family, we love them, we cannot dictate the private company to pay them more at a greater loss for us as a district, which in return is a loss for our students. I can't reasonably sit here and say I would like to pay a Fortune 50 company more money so they can pay employees more at the cost of our reserves. So
Well, it's just kind of like I see their point. We're singling them out. Everybody else gets paid a reasonable amount. I don't even know what they get paid because they didn't mention it, but they made it sound like it wasn't very much. I don't know. What is it? Do you know?
Trustee Parsons, these employees that have written all these letters don't work for the district. They work for a private company that we contract with. So we gave raises to our employees, but we cannot dictate that a private company give raises to theirs. Who was next? Was that Trustee Whistler? Thank you, Trustee Parsons. Trustee Whistler?
Yeah, trying to read through this. The one thing I did catch on page 366, the fingerprint backgrounds, it says that the contractors, employees, and so on may be required. Personally, I think that should be shall be required to get the valid fingerprint clearance, just because this is our children's safety. And with today's technology, anyone can fake a badge. It's not hard. And so I think that shall be required because we deserve to know that all these people pass without any kind of criminal background when we allow them into these schools around our children.
Absolutely, and we can absolutely take a look at that.
Thank you.
No doubt.
Thank you, Trustee Whistler. Trustee Bull?
Thank you, Mr. President. So, I too have, heard a lot of comments, from Chartwell employees that are working over in the Arrington area about the pay rate over there. And I understand what you're saying. Are there any plans in this contract? Are there any provisions in there to try to bump up the pay rate for some of those? Because I guess I'd be interested to know what the difference is between the compensation package for those that are still working for the Lyon County School District and those that are just, working for Chartwell's.
Yeah.
So we have done some analysis, and I'm going to go ahead and pass it off to Mr. Rodriguez.
So Mr. Bull, and Kyle Rodriguez, Chief Financial Officer for the record. So we looked at what it would be if we took current staffing, 100% from Chartwell's back to the district. And then it's not as lucrative as it seems. So in K-12, in my experience at Washoe, when you do this, you have to start mandating how many hours a day they are working. So there's that 719-hour threshold that they become PERS eligible. So PERS is now 19.25% or 36.75%. So it is very expensive. And once they hit, they shall not be reverted back. So that is one thing, is you might get paid more hourly, but then we constrict your hours because we cannot afford to do so. Also, if we took current staffing, it'd be an additional $500,000. So with a $700,000 loss to food service, we would be feeding one more year, maybe two, as CEP, and then we'd have to revert back and we'd have to add more staff to open up lines because then we have to go cash handling. There's not the stigma of free meals. So we always talk about bullying, and I'm the accountant. But there is a real stigma if people do have free lunch versus paid lunch. So it is, our stakeholders are the children, and this is the recommendation, is it is the most fiscal responsible thing to do.
There's also additional costs, not only at the central office site for managing a program like this that Chartwell's manages now, but in addition to that, we as a district would also be liable for benefits like health insurance for those full-time employees, bringing their children onto our benefits, which is upwards of $14,000 a year for every single employee. So we are talking about a substantial amount of money that would, like Mr. Rodriguez said, eliminate our reserves in a matter of 2 years. And we'd be going back to paid lunches by all non-FRL students. And that, as I believe I looked at Carson City School District, is nearly $26 a week for breakfast and lunch. So we'd be demanding that from those students. Again, for us, the goal, as directed by Superintendent Logan, has always been, let's get to CEP and make sure that all kids are fed. And I don't think it's rocket science to think that a kid that's full for breakfast and full for lunch is going to pay more attention than the one worrying about where his next meal is coming from. So that's our goal. That's what we've been focused on. I am unaware of the Chartwell's benefits package. I do believe I believe they would offer a fairly reasonable benefits package, being the Fortune 100 company that they are. They are the biggest food service management company in the world. They have more schools and more buying power than anybody else. So I would imagine they offer a fairly comprehensive and reasonable benefits package, although their hourly rate may not be equivalent to ours. However, that is their decision to make. And again, it is the employee's decision to whether work for them or not, their decision as well.
Thank you, Mr. Baines. Thank you, Trustee Bull. Trustee Whistler?
Yeah, I just want to say, I think it's great that we are looking at feeding the children. I know, with inflation, meals are not cheap. And for a lot of kids, this may be their only 2 meals. That shows that the parents are struggling. This is one less thing that the parents have to struggle with, is how am I going to feed my kid lunch and breakfast? And I think that takes a lot of stress off the kids too, because it's stress off of the parents. And it makes the home a little more likely or lovable and everything. And so the kids are ready to come to school the next day. So I think what we're doing is a really good job getting that through the state so we can feed these kids. So thank you for that hard work.
Thank you, Trustee Whistler. Trustee Peterson?
Yeah, I was just sitting here thinking, years ago, we used to do the food service program ourselves. And I feel like there was a lot of difficulties with that. When we brought Chartwell's on, the food got a lot better. They have more purchasing power, able to get better food, lower prices. And the kids, there was less complaining about the food. There wasn't all these videos on Facebook about kids dumping their food away. Personally, I feel like it's just one less thing for us to worry about in getting the kids better food. And we don't have to go out and do all the work ourselves.
Thank you, Trustee Peterson. Trustee Farr?
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion that the Board of Trustees approve the 5-year contract with Chartwell's as Lyon County School District Food Service Management Company.
I second.
I'm going to ask for public comment before we move forward with that. This would be an opportunity for Chartwell's as well to maybe address some of the questions that the board had.
Hi. Sit on. I'm Lindsay Wells, Chartwell's employee, Urington High School. And I'm here only to voice my opinions and concerns as an employee. I
enjoy working for Chartwell's, and I want them to be a part of our school district if that's what serves the purpose for all of us. So it's not us writing these emails or having our voices heard is not about pushing them out or trying to get them out of the school district. It's about being treated fairly as we should be treated as a Lyon County School District employee with benefits. So we have to pay for our benefits. The Lyon County School District employees, they get theirs included and then they have to pay for their children, correct? So we don't have that option. We don't receive PERS or retirement. How does that make us want to stay at our jobs? How does that make us want to thrive in the environment that we're working in with our children? That doesn't give us anything to look for in our futures. And I came from Douglas County School District the last 2 years. And so I can't put into my retirement anymore because I have to work for an outsourced company. And that's a little disheartening. If I were with the Lyon County School District School Nutrition Program, it's all public information, I would be making $17.77 per hour. They started me at $13 an hour. I chose to take that position because my boys are in 5th grade at the Uriington Intermediate School. And after COVID kind of shut everything down, my priority as their mother is to be where they are and as close as possible and readily available for them. And so to see the difference in pay in Douglas County the last 2 years, I was making $19.88 as a cashier. So now I'm being stripped of my PERS, my retirement or anything. There's the Grow Your Own Scholarship because I'm not a Lyon County School District employee. I am not allowed to apply for the scholarship if I ever did want to, go get my teaching degree. I'm 41 years young. I have still a lot of life to live, and I would love to enjoy that. We need teachers, right? So why not have the opportunity for people that are thriving in these communities that need to grow and have people come in? But I can't qualify for that scholarship because I am a Chartwell's employee. I am not a school district employee. I'm a mom. I have 4 boys. Our 2 older boys are out of the house. They're in active military, currently serving. Our twins are 11. They're in 5th grade at the intermediate school. And COVID hit everybody hard. So it was the schools, it was the homes, it was the parents. I love that we still have free food for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, my name is Jill Stokes. I'm the last food service kitchen manager for the school district. I actually work for the school district, not Chartwell's. And I don't have a problem with Chartwell's. Things have definitely gotten better, but it's super hard to find help. And when they only pay $13 an hour, I had a position open for 2 years before I could get somebody in there to work. I've gone through 9 employees in the last 5 years since Chartwell's took over. The 5 years prior to that, I went through 2 employees. And I don't have anything against Chartwell's. Things have gotten way better, but they only pay $13 an hour. I don't know if any of my employees are even going to come back next year. I have 2 employees who will work summer school. I have 3 schools doing summer school. I actually have to, as a Lyon County employee, go to work for Chartwell's during the summer because I'm not allowed to work over summer to do summer school with the school district. They do match my pay. Lucky for me, they don't do that with the other girls. So I have no problem with Chartwell's. I think food's gotten better. More kids are eating. It's free. It's wonderful. But it's really sad that these girls only get paid $13 an hour for the hard work that they do. They show up at 5 o'clock and 5:30 in the morning to start breakfast for the kids, to start prepping meals, to start cooking. And then they wash every single dish by hand. All of my schools do not have a working dishwasher. I guess they opted not to pay to repair dishwashers anymore. So they wash every single pan, pot, utensil, whatever by hand. Then they sweep, mop floors. The girls work their butts off. And it's sad to me that they don't get paid halfway decent. Not expecting them to make as much as the school district employees were making, but $13 is, I think, pathetic. They work really, really hard. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your comments.
They can make more than that.
All right, Arrington. So I just kind of glanced through this real quick, and I don't know if everybody really dialed into the financial portion of it. I only did for about an hour today, and I wish I would have done it a lot more. Does the board know how much the school district brings in every year for meal reimbursement?
I'd say somewhere around 250 to 300,000.
No.
No?
Mr. Baines?
Mr. Baines?
About $5 million.
About
So
$5
from
million.
September 4th to January 21st, the school district brought in $2.7 million in money. They're on track right now to do almost $6 million in reimbursement. Okay, so I have a hard time understanding how that $6 million in reimbursement money can't afford how many employees work for Chartwells. We don't even know how many employees are working in our kitchens. So I have a tough time with that, okay? I'm going through real quick. Let me grab my readers. I'm going through Mr. Baines. You guys probably all read this. Okay, first, 5-year contract. I was happy to hear that it's annual, where you guys can revisit annually. That actually made me pretty happy. Background information. Chartwells since 2020 has been part. Okay, we talked about they're the #1 food service. You guys, on their own website, they have 4,550 schools that they run. Schools total. There's 128,000 schools roughly in the United States. That means they represent 3% of the schools in this entire United States. So, I mean, I guess they're big for what they do, but I mean, that's not a lot of schools. 80% of school districts in the United States are still self-ran. Chartwells will bring on-site nutrition director along with an assistant director for the entire year last year. I don't know if you guys were aware of this. We had no director. The director was not here. I don't know the details of the HR side of it. I'm just public. But I do know for a fact that they did not have a director all year. And good job to the assistant director for stepping up and basically doing the job and not being compensated for it. Chartwells aboard. I roughly guesstimated we had about 40 employees with Chartwells is what my guess is. I could be wrong. Purchasing power, you guys, it all comes from the same place. It's Cisco. It's all these same companies that they don't get that big of a discount. Expanded access to professional expertise. National talent pool, ensuring placement of higher qualified director. We didn't even have a director for the first year. Recognition and advancement. I did not see one woman in that Yerington school get any accolades for what they were doing for our students. Marketing, and I'm going to speak for the other person that was with us. Is that cool? Can I just get 3 more minutes?
You can only speak for yourself. If they want to speak, they can come up. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Green light.
There we go. Good evening, Paul Tapia, Regional Vice President for Chartwells.
Thank you, Paul.
Appreciate the time. Superintendent, President, and esteemed members of the board. I first wanted to thank everyone for the positive comments. The partnership with this district has been a great one for us since 2000, as Mr. Baines noted. We started during the pandemic, which was a unique time for everyone. And that is a really prideful thing of the meals we served and the progress we've made. And we're not done. We plan on doing a lot for the district. A lot has been made with the wages. We do, as a large organization, wage analysis. We commit to that every year. We do merit increases every year. We look at local businesses in the food service industry, fast food or retail establishments as a baseline in the area. So that's where we pull data. And as things change, we make adjustments to the market as well. Again, we are the largest food service company in the world. As a whole, our organization serves 2 million meals every day. That does afford us the ability to buy insurance at good rates. We offer our associates medical, vision, dental. That's year round, not just during the school year. We offer retirement plans, and all of that. In addition, there are other perks and opportunities for associates for career advancement, education advancement. And with the network of companies we partner with, we also get employee discounts through those companies often, whether it be cell phone carriers, electronics manufacturers, Costco, just to name some of the Samsung, where they get employee buying power for those organizations because they partner with our parent company as well. So that's a bit of some of what we do for our team members. I certainly have heard and read the letters and am going to work with our human resource department to really dig into this as well to make sure that we're compensating fairly for the market. So.
Trustee Whistler.
So a lot of this concern seems to be about pay. My oldest boy works at Taco Bell and makes about $13 an hour, and he don't work nearly as much. I did 23 years in the Navy, and one thing I'm glad is I was not a cook, because those guys were putting in almost 18 hours a day. And I can understand how some of these employees can feel underappreciated and overworked, because I saw it even in the military where those guys, you know, they work hard, and we see them out there all the time busting. So hopefully you guys can really look, because 13, that's not a whole lot to live off, especially out here. I mean, we saw some of these houses are 400,000 and people can't afford to do that off $13 an hour, especially if high schoolers at Walmart and fast foods are making the same thing. And it's, to me, that's kind of embarrassing that that's what we're having to expect from these employees.
So to clarify, that was starting wage, minimum starting wage within the district. Our average is a couple dollars more per hour, but heard loud and clear.
And I heard you say you had a retirement. What is that like?
A 401k plan for full-time employees.
You guys match it?
There is an employee match to a certain percentage. I certainly could get that information for everyone from our HR director. I don't want to misquote it.
Thank you, Trustee Whistler. Trustee Farr is next.
Mr. Palmer, right?
Yeah, Paul Tapia.
I'm sorry, Paul.
Yeah.
I'm curious, how many employees do you currently have in Lyon County?
We have 56 associates in the district.
Okay. That's spread across our 17 schools that we have, right?
Yeah. We have 56 positions. I don't know if every position today is full.
Sure. No, I'm not gonna get into the weeds on you. I'm just curious. Okay, so you have 56, and then how many other districts in the state do you have employees?
We work with Carson City School District, Humboldt, Churchill County, Ely, and then there are 2 open proposals that we have turned in within the state.
So across those districts, which some of them border us and we're neighbors with, you would say the pay scale is pretty commensurate across the board?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Farr. Trustee Bull.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was glad to hear that there are some benefits available to the Chartwell employees that I wasn't aware of and hadn't been told of. I know there was some health insurance, dental and vision, I believe, but I didn't know about a few of those others. But I'm also really happy to hear, and talk is cheap, I guess, but that there's going to be a good analysis to make sure that that the pay scale for the Chartwell people is commensurate with what's going on in the area. I'm looking at the chart that shows all of the employees that work in the food business in Lyon County and in the school district. And there's a lot of them that are really low. And I understand the district's position on things and money is money. But I'm also about fairness as well. And I hope we can hit a happy medium. Certainly turnover in a workforce like this is damaging and hard to mitigate for. So there's something to be said for being able to hang on to employees as well. I have nothing but good to say about Chartwells, and I think that the relationship with the district over the years, the 5 years that you've been involved together, has worked out really, really well. I just would like to see a little bit more fairness in the wage scale for the Chartwells employees.
Thank you, Trustee Bull. Trustee Peterson?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you guys' comments. I'm sitting here thinking, what a great opportunity this is for a large company to hear from their employees who are on the ground. So this whole meeting, I feel like even though it kind of feels a little negative, is also extremely positive. An opportunity for people to talk about their concerns and for people to hear. So I hope that what is taken away from tonight is a lot of understanding and hearing where people are at. And so I'm just glad that everyone came tonight and is willing to talk. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Peterson. Trustee Carson?
So the perks that are happening are for like the insurance and stuff, that's for full-time.
Yeah,
And how many full-time do we have in this area?
49 of the 56 positions are benefit eligible positions.
Thank you. That's all I needed to know.
So I appreciate you coming up and speaking, addressing these issues, and I'm thankful that your company is going to take a look at this and see if there's some way. I do understand it's a business, but you know, a lot of people are counting on you to help them get through these tough times. So thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any more public comment?
Neil McIntyre from the resident. This has nothing to do with wages, but I did have a question for Chartwells. I mean, they do a great job. They've been doing a good job for our district for the years that they've been doing it. But the one question, I guess, kind of concern that I had is, I'm glad that we're providing meals to every student for breakfast and for lunch. And I can tell you just off of personal with my kids, they don't eat it. And it's not because they don't like it. They just would rather come home and eat. So they're missing that opportunity. So where I'm going with this is that, so we're providing meals for all the students, which means that we should have a lot of leftover food if there's a lot of kids not eating. My concern is like, what are we doing with the leftover food that's not being used? Is that getting recycled into another day with the food that can be saved, obviously? Or is there a program that Chartwells runs with the leftover food on what they're doing with it? That was the kind of question I had. That was it.
Thank you, Paul. I know there's a lot of regulation around that as well.
Yes, thank you. And it's a question we get often, right? So a couple things. All of our amazing food service employees do a great job in tracking what we make and doing a lot with forecasting and judging, right? Pizza's a popular day. They see how much we served, and next time we try to cook around that amount to really minimize the waste that we have, right? But in food service, waste does happen. There are a couple different things that we do. We can offer share tables and things. We can, if food is handled appropriately, use foods for different things. So if something is made, a corn is served and it's not distributed, could we turn that into a corn salad or things like that? Yes, those things occur. But we don't look at enrollment and produce to that amount. we produce to forecasted amount based on trends and participation. So I hope that answers that question.
Yeah, it does. You're tracking that and.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
It's all required to by.
I will say, I want to laud you on something you guys do actually do. I've seen it in my classroom. It happens in my wife's classroom. She talks about it all the time. You have kids that we have identified as CIT kids. These are the kids who are children in transition. It's the nice way of saying they don't exactly have a home to go home to every night, right? Sometimes they're couch surfing, sometimes they're staying at grandmother's, what have you. Those children are identified that way. If they want a second breakfast, they can go get a second breakfast. It's totally allowed. And Chartwell's has that plan for them that they can go. And if they're hungry, they don't go hungry if they don't want to, correct?
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment? Seeing none? Again, ask for a motion. I think we had those, but was that?
There's a motion and a second already?
Yeah, trustee Peterson was the motion.
No.
Was that?
No.
My motion.
Oh, it was motion. Farr and Whistler. So the motion's made by trustee Farr. The second is by trustee Whistler. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Moving on to agenda item number 16 for possible action, discussion and possible action regarding a presentation on the Lyon County School District Adult Education Services. This item is being presented by Executive Director of Education Services, James Giannotti, and Adult Education Lead Teacher, James Ruff. Mr. Giannotti.
Thank you, President Hendricks. Members of the board, Jim Giannotti for the record. Tonight, we are here to update you on some of the great things happening with the adult education program here in Lyon County School District. With me tonight is Mr. James Ruff. He is the lead teacher of the Lyon County Adult Education Program. And I'm going to turn it over to him to review some of the data. He will kind of look at some of the statistics around the number of credits earned, number of diplomas awarded, and the expansion of our program over the years to better meet the needs of our public. So you all have the slides available to you, and he's just going to kind of go through those slides with you, and then we'll open it up for questions. James.
Thank you. James Ruff, Lyon County School District, Adult Education for the record. The Adult Education Program is a grant-funded program for students that are 18 years of age or older that did not complete their high school diploma. So this is the last really avenue for students to get their diploma or high school equivalency exam free that the state offers. The high school equivalency exam, there are two vendors in the state of Nevada. One is the GED and the other is HISET. We are both a certified testing center for both those vendors. We are the only certified testing center in Fernley for both those vendors. We have two options in our program, the high school equivalency or going for the adult diploma. Our program is based off of a distance education model with one-on-one mentoring available per student. We find that distance education by itself is not near as effective as having a mentor and having somebody there available to discuss and help those students out. Because of this has been one of our key factors to our success in our program. Our current enrollment, we have not seen the fluctuation of adult enrollment as the state of Nevada. Our enrollment has been fairly consistent and has gone up year after year. In the 2020-21 school year, we had 130 students. Last school year, in the 23-24 school year, we were all the way up to 148. Currently, we have 141. Adult education enrollment is calculated a little bit differently than count day for K through 12 school. Our enrollment will continue to go up until the very last day of school because they have to have 12 hours of instruction before we can count them on our enrollment numbers. But we already anticipate that we are going to surpass last year's enrollment numbers. Our credits that we have issued in the 2020-2021 school year was 625.7. The following years were 508.25, 496.75, 554, and this current year is 362.5. This year is currently lower than the previous years. One, the school year has not concluded. We haven't finished out the semester. So from when this number was calculated, we still had about 2.5 months before the end of the school year. I anticipate that this number will end up about 450, which is still less than the 625.7 in the 2020-2021 school year. The primary factor of this is COVID is not affecting us as much as we had in the past. When COVID hit us, a large part of our population didn't go back to school. We had 1 year of high school, 2 years of high school, or none altogether. Or they didn't go back to school since 7th or 8th grade. Now we are kind of going back to our pre-COVID trend, which they're coming from high school. We're building transition plans. We're incorporating that. Prior to COVID, the average student was missing about 3 credits in order to get their diploma. During COVID, it was closer to 18 credits. Now we're getting back down to, we're still high, we're still in the 5 or 6 range, but we're getting much closer to the lower credits. Even though it looks like the students are not earning as many credits, they're graduating before they get a chance to actually earn those credits. As far as our satellite sites, this has been about 11 years in the making. We've opened up Silver Springs full-time. We've opened up Arrington full-time. We opened up Dayton full-time. We have also expanded Dayton. Hopefully, everything will be done for next school year to be in our own building and not in the middle of DHS campus. We found that enrollment dramatically increases for us when students can come in. It also allows us a lot more flexibility as far as meeting students' needs, time frame, and it also keeps our 2 populations separate because we service 18-year-olds to plus, and preferably we don't have those running through the middle of campus. Why expansion matters, it creates a testing environment and a study environment that are conducive to our students. It's nice, it's warm, it's comforting to them. It's not in a traditional education setting that they weren't successful in. Allows our mentor the availability to really adjust to them as far as time frame, as far as when we're meeting them. Definitely expanding the flexible schedule. And if we ever get to the point where we need to expand our testing facilities into the satellite communities as far as HSE goes, we have that option available, where we wouldn't have to worry about expanding into a new building. One of the things that came apart from Nevada Department of Ed was they did a survey that said about 80% of the population didn't even know that there was a free adult ed program in the state. Lyon County School District has been actually ahead of the game on this one. We've developed a multi-year advertising plan that includes both internet-based and radio-based public service announcements to really start addressing that issue. Whether it's the students come to us into our program or they go into another free program compared to a program that charges them $7,000, $8,000 to prep for a test, we will gladly help them out any ways we can.
Thank you. Trustee Farr?
Thanks for that presentation, Mr. Rupp. I've had the pleasure, and my wife has had the pleasure of educating both of your children in grade school. So I know what the great kids they are. I think you're doing a great job. My question would be on the advertising part of it. And I'm not going to step on Skylar's toes here, but as a suggestion, maybe some testimonials from former students who've succeeded, and you could do some social media bumps with them telling their own stories and how it's helped them. I think that would be a great idea, unless I'm already reinventing the wheel here and you're already on that track. So, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Farr. Trustee Peterson?
Okay, thank you. So I just had a few questions, because I don't know the answer. But first of all, I did not know that they had to earn the 12 hours before we included them as our students, so that was interesting to learn. So it's free to them, so because the state provides that, the state's paying us to educate them? Can you explain to me how the funding is working?
You are correct. In a nutshell, we get a per student allocation for every student that has reached 12 hours of instruction or more. That amount varies per year, so I can't give you a definite number because, and then we also get paid per outcome, per credit earned, we get money for, and per high school equivalency pass, we get money for, and per diploma, we get money for. And that's, our program is completely, we're one of the few that is completely 100% self-funded.
So that's my question. So we're not losing money on adult ed, which we want to encourage that. We want these people to get their diplomas so that it's better for them. Okay, so that's great. I'm glad that we're not going into the hole to do a good thing. Okay.
I did notice that Lyon County Adult Education is recognized as one of Nevada's most effective adult education programs. That's great.
Thank you. We definitely work hard, and the State Department directs many of the other adult ed programs in the state to us for intervention on how to help their program or set up programs, or even have recommended nationally other adult ed programs to come look at us.
And you allow students from outside of Lyon County to attend?
Yeah,
and we
by
get paid the
state,
same?
Yes. They have to be a Nevada resident is how the wording varies compared to K through 12 in Lyon County School District.
Okay. Trustee Peterson?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot one. So when you said you opened up the other areas, is there a mentor for them in the Dayton area? I've seen you at Silver Springs. Okay, so you're not traveling all over. You have other.
Yes, we have each site open full time with a mentor there. Plus, I travel to do site visits in as needed.
Okay, thank you.
Any further trustee discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to ask for public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion.
Mr. President.
Trustee Peterson?
I move to approve the presentation on the Lyon County School District Adult Education Services.
Second.
I have a motion by Trustee Peterson, second by Trustee Farr. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Mr. Giannotti. Thank you, Mr. Ruff. Moving on to agenda item number 17 for possible action, discussion and possible action regarding the LCSD perimeter fencing and site concrete work at Dayton, Fernley, and Yerington High Schools. This item is being presented by Executive Director of Operations Harmon Baines and Operations and Maintenance Supervisor Kirk McCallum. Mr. Baines.
Mr. President, members of the board, for item number 17, we're looking for your approval for both our concrete and our fencing RFPs. Golden Bay Fence and Ironworks Inc. bids of 749,000 and 744,000 were the two lowest qualified bidders for a total project cost of 1.494 million. Again, as directed by the board, this was an edit from the February board meeting where we approved the fencing, concrete, and doors improvement project. We ended up eliminating that project, terminating that contract, and going back out to bid. We are very happy with these two bids. We received four bids for the concrete side of things and only one bid. However, the one bid for the fencing side of things was very close to our estimated cost. We have worked with Spanish Springs Construction before in Lyon County School District and have had good to great experiences with them. We have not worked with Ironworks Inc. However, they provided a very concise and qualified bid, and being close to our number, we believe that we will have a good experience as well. After approval tonight, we will be sitting down with both in the coming weeks to iron out a schedule for them to work together. What we would hate is to lay down brand new concrete and then them to come back and drill some holes for fencing. So it's gonna require some scheduling work together. So we want to sit both companies down together in the same room, iron it out with our architect, and move on from there. So,
Sounds like
any
you're
questions?
well-versed in what it takes to do. That's exactly what you do. So, Trustee Whistler.
So reading through this, I looked up both those companies. One's local, and which I liked. And from our past, you'll know I'm all about keeping things local.
Yep.
Last time we had a talk many years ago, I brought up the BBB. This time I'm gonna, all I could find was Yelp. And I think Yelp's almost better than BBB in a sense because it's actually people out there. So the Golden Bay had a 2.3 versus Silver Springs. They had a 3.0, which to me speaks volumes. On top of that, we're saving 5,000 by staying with Silver Springs and keeping it local. That 5,000 could go to another program we need or whatnot. And if we've already had experience with them, why not keep it? Like, save money, keep a company we know is good, and keep them local.
Yeah, so just as a point of clarification, Mr. Whistler, we are requesting approval for both. So Golden Bay Fence is going to be managing the fencing side of things, and Ironworks is going to be Golden Bay Fence Ironworks is the full name, is managing the fencing side, and Spanish Springs Construction is going to be managing the concrete side.
I apologize, then I misread that. So, okay.
Thank you, Trustee Whistler. Trustee Farr.
Mr. Baines, I know we're kind of, this is 2.0 on this project, right? We have to come back this way. So, I understand the timeline. Do we have an estimated time of completion on this project?
If it's approved tonight, we do believe this will be completed before the first day of school. That is going to be our drop dead date for both contractors. And this is
a quick turnaround.
Oh yeah,
that's a really quick turn.
And that's why we were quick with the termination, quick with the bid, quick with bringing this forward, and really hope you approve it tonight. If it's not approved tonight, this would be punted to next summer.
Gotcha.
So again, no pressure.
That's what I need to know.
Thank you, Trustee Farr. Trustee Director Baines. Trustee Carson.
I was just wondering, do they seem reliable, both of them, both companies, or do you feel comfortable with having them do the work and getting it in on time?
We are very comfortable with Spanish Springs Construction. Again, we've worked with them before. We are happy that they bid, and we are happy that they were the lowest bidder. Unfortunately, we have not worked with Golden Bay Fence, and they were the only bidder, so we didn't have any other option. However, again, it is something that we are going to manage, something Paul Cavan, our architect, is also going to be very much so involved, and his team is going to be involved. While the number is large, it is a fairly straightforward project. So a fencing company should be able to do this without too much of a struggle, and we hope that's the case, especially with our support.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, so you go into that meeting with both these contractors having your own projection on what should be take place, and you'll ask them if they can meet those goals, and you'll come to a consensus and
Absolutely.
hammer out a schedule, and then look at progress on that schedule and milestones and.
Yep. That is,
And then,
Mr. President, with that time frame in mind, I'd like to make a motion that the Board of Trustees authorize the approval of Golden Bay Fence and Ironworks Incorporated bid of $749,731.52 for the perimeter fencing, and Spanish Springs Construction Inc. bid of $744,368 for site concrete improvements, resulting in a combined total of $1,494,099.52 for the Lyon County School District perimeter fencing and site concrete improvements project.
thanks for updating all that.
Yeah.
Motion by trustee second?
Second it.
Trustee Parsons, okay. So,
no problem. Yep. No problem.
is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, we have a motion on the table here. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll ask for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Moving on to agenda item 18, discussion only. Discussion and acknowledgement of an open meeting law complaint, determination of the conclusion of law issued by the Nevada Attorney General's Office on April 16th, 2025. This is presented by Lyon County School District Legal Counsel Don Lattin. Mr. Lattin.
Mr. President, thank you. Consistent with the past practice of the board, we always have a discussion about what occurs in the open meeting law arena. To my surprise, and I had forgotten, and I imagine those of you who were on the board forgot about this as well. It was a letter that I received, I was copied on, dated April 16th, 2025, and it had to do with 7 complaints that were filed at a time when some of you weren't even on the board. It had to do with meetings in on June 27th of 2023 and July 24th of 2023. I've had several discussions with the Attorney General's office as to why it takes so long, because we'd all forgotten about it. They're just dealing with a lot, mostly out of Clark County now, with open meeting law stuff and ethics stuff. They prioritize those probably for political reasons, but in any event, that's why it took so long. This is usually when we talk about the open meeting law, it's in the context of somebody being critical of the Lyon County School District. These 7 complaints were resolved in favor of the district. And I think that's good to note too, because oftentimes it's always something negative. These are very positive. They reflect very well on this board and on the school district. And they also show in the areas that there were complaints about, we're doing things right. So I think it's kudos to the staff and to Margaret, who was criticized in one of the complaints, but it turned out she did everything right. The complaints, there were 7 of them, and they related to several things. If you look at page 3 of the letter, they outline the complaints, but it basically has to do with comments that were made at a public meeting, on June 27th, 2023. It has to do with how minutes were kept and the access to the public to those minutes. There was a closed gathering before one of the meetings, and the people making the complaint were critical of how that happened. Again, that turned out favorable. There was criticism about the way the consent agendas were formulated and how they were used by the board. And there was an issue over who can remove items from the consent agenda. From the analysis, all of these complaints were resolved in favor of the district. Again, kudos to the staff who handles the things, who take care of the minutes for the board, how they approve minutes, and for the various administrative things that the staff does. So this is a very favorable opinion. It's vindicated the board on all aspects of the complaints, and it's just unfortunate that it took 2 years for us to hear about it. Are there any questions that I may answer regarding these?
Thank you, Mr. Latin.
I don't have a question. For somebody who lived through that, it just feels good to be like, to know that we were doing things okay, because to sit and be blamed for things that you're not doing incorrect feels awful. So I was glad to see that. Also, I just want to make a comment that it's unfortunate that these types of things happen, because it does have a cost to the district in your time to do all of this. So that part's unfortunate. But thank you for doing it.
Thank you. Yeah, every time there's a complaint filed, the process is it gets turned over to the Attorney General's office. They have an investigator who requires a response. Our office, in connection with the administrative staff and the superintendent, we put together a response and provide it. They investigate, and 2 years later, they come up with the analysis. But anyway, that is correct. There's a cost. There's also kind of an unspoken cost, because you have administrative staff and administrators who are not doing what their real job is. So they have to work overtime to do it. So it's good to get a favorable decision on all of these. Thank you.
I do have a comment too, Mr.
Speed of government, yeah.
Okay.
Trustee Farr?
Yeah. So I recall these two meetings that the allegations were made. I remember the follow-up meeting where they listed these allegations that they were filing, and then notifying the entire public that they were filing these complaints. I do like in the finding from the Attorney General's office that the last aspect on the part about who can remove something from the consent agenda and whether we took a block vote on it, it was in accordance with our policy that we wrote as a board. So we were following our own policy. I thought that was really a really declarative statement, that it's why we revise our policies consistently. It's why we update them. It's why we have discussions about them. And we were in accordance with our own policies. So I really liked that part.
Yeah, it's good. And when you have a policy, it's good to abide by it. And so, any other questions I can answer?
No, I was gonna say, I remember that day very well. I was on that side. Someone let me off my leash that day. And the open meeting law, I filed a complaint as well with the state, but it wasn't in a letter like this or nothing. It was just online, because the open meeting law that, some of us saw was the current president at the time allowed his spouse to go overtime, allowed her to turn around and actually address the public. And that, that to us was uncouth, because he cut everyone off either right at 3 minutes or right before. So yes, it's good that it favored in the district overall, but it is one of those things that, as a board and new board, we do have to watch how we conduct not just ourselves, but keep everyone else, along the same path. If we give 3 minutes, we have to keep to that no matter what. But yes, I remember that very well. I think I could even give you the hour and minutes of the video, because I had to spend a while looking at it to be able to give it to the Attorney General online.
Well, times are better now, and things are moving along smoothly.
Thank you, Trustee Whistler. Any further board discussion? Seeing none, this requires no motion, just a discussion only item. So we'll move on to agenda item 19 for possible action, discussion and possible action regarding the purchase of the iReady Assessment Suite for grades K through 8. This item is being presented by Executive Director of Educational Services, Heather Moyle. Ms. Moyle.
Yes, good evening, Mr. President and trustees. I'm here tonight seeking your approval for the purchase of the K-8 iReady ELA Assessment Suite. This assessment suite will identify student strengths and weaknesses in reading and writing. It will provide personalized instruction that caters to individual student needs. It will track student progress and monitor growth over time. And it will empower our educators with data-driven insights to improve instruction and student outcomes. Additionally, this suite will also allow us to progress monitor student proficiency and growth district-wide as it relates to our K through 8 academic goal in our district performance plan. Any questions?
Thank you.
Yes.
Trustee Farr?
So, thank you for that, Heather. I'm a big fan of iReady. I like the assessments. I like the diagnostic tools. I was thinking about it over the weekend as I read this as one of the agenda items, and I've been talking because, and I have to give a shout out to all of our educators out there, administrators, because we're through testing season now, right? So things are good. But here's my curiosity, and this may be something that Jim wants to join you on in answering, because my question would be that, let's say you have a child in a class, and let's say that child's in, I don't know, second or third grade. And you do a beginning of year assessment, and so as an educator, you're going to set growth goals and stretch goals for that student. Okay. If we're starting to do that with both MAPS and with iReady, then why aren't our teachers using that as one of the tools for grading purposes towards the end of the year on report cards? If we're using this diagnostic tool and it's showing that growth and it's showing those areas where they're making progress, I would think that that would be something that we could discuss as teachers using that for grading purposes as opposed to like just homework and other tests.
That is a great question. So in this assessment suite for both reading and math, there is a standards mastery checklist. So K through 6 is standards-based grading. A teacher can look at that standards-based checklist to see whether those students have mastered those particular standards. So that is one of the features in the iReady suite.
Awesome.
That is just one data point they can use. There's several others, but it's right there.
Okay. Keep in mind with the MyPath that the students are working through, teachers can utilize that as a grade as part of their
Passing the lessons and mastery.
passing the lessons, their mastery there as well. We don't really dictate what the teachers use for grades.
No, and I get that. I guess my curiosity over this concept is that obviously, and you've heard me say it earlier, I'm trying to improve at our district communication with the parents, engaging with the parents, and I think these are really viable tools that we can use in the grade reporting process I know we have standards when we do report cards. You look through all the standards for second grade and for fourth grade, and if they're standards based, then it checks all the boxes for us, right? So.
Yeah, and there is a nifty little report that you can share at parent-teacher conferences with the parents as well.
That's awesome. Thank you.
And there's some great parent resources built in to iReady. You can rip out the workbooks, the parent letter before every unit, and send that home, and it provides things that parents can work on with their students at home. There's also tons of resources on iReady Connect that teachers can take advantage of as well.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Thank you, Trustee Farr. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none. Looking for a motion.
Mr. President,
Trustee Peterson.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the purchase of the iReady ELA Assessment Suite for grades K-8 for 5 years at a cost of $217,336 from the general fund annually.
I'll second it.
I have a motion by Trustee Peterson, second by Trustee Parsons. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'm going to ask for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moyle. Moving on to item number 20 for possible action, discussion and possible action regarding the Star Academy program for Silver Stage Middle School. This item is being presented by Executive Director of Education Services, James Giannotti.
Thank you, President Hendricks, members of the board, Jim Giannotti for the record. Here before you tonight, seeking approval for the implementation of Star Academy, pending the approval of funding at Silver Stage Middle School. Star Academy is typically a school within a school program focusing on science, math, ELA, and social studies taught in a project-based format. The district has written a letter of interest in hopes of receiving the funds needed to establish the program for the first 3 years. But we are also seeking permission to fund an additional full-time educator at SSMS, enabling the site to meet the needs of staffing at the 7th grade level while dedicating the 4 teachers needed to implement the program at the 8th grade level. It is anticipated that upon completion of the initial 3 years of the program, district may need to fund the program up to $70,000 a year for each year after for its continuance. But that's depending on the decisions we make at that time. So at this time, I'm going to open it up for any questions and further discussion. So Miles, do you want to?
Trustee Farr?
How many kids are we talking about?
Each academy houses a maximum of 80 students, but you do not have to fill out all 80 seats. We recommend that you find a specific group of students that can really utilize a hands-on approach learning and use those kids in the program.
Sorry, would you introduce yourself?
My name is Miles Francis. I'm a subject matter expert at Star Academy.
So, Mr. Giannotti, what are we talking about ballpark at this middle school? How many, I mean, what's the student population there to begin with? I have no frame of reference.
So we have 69 eighth graders currently at SSMS. So it would encompass all of the eighth graders at SSMS for this program.
Nine kids for one extra teacher.
Thank you, Trustee Farr. Trustee Bowl?
Yes, so when will you know if this, if the grant funding is going to be made available to you? Anybody's guess?
That's a great question.
That's a great question. We're working with our lobbyist, Jay Palmer, to work in conjunction with the governor's office to use those letter of intents and the data that we've collected from Elko County in order to get funding for this academy. So hopefully, within the next 2 weeks, we'll know whether we've been approved in the budget for it.
No. I know last year, grants were awarded for the program in Elko.
Yes, sir.
Things are a little different this year. We're in a legislative session.
Yes.
So that has a little bit of an impact, but we're seeing some progress on the grants. And we have letters of support
Yes, sir.
from legislators that have been sent to the governor's office. So there are people in government that recognize what a great program this is. I know I have an article here from the paper in Elko where they actually talked to a number of the students.
Yes.
And they are just thrilled with the program. They have more parents that are trying to get students enrolled in this program.
Yes.
And although they haven't done their end of year assessment as to the progress that they made, they did have some assessments done at the end of the first semester. And so they saw their top grades in math jump from 14.4% to 41.3%. That's a 186% gain from the beginning of the semester. So it's hard to argue with things like that. Then in science, they rose their A and B percentages from 4.9 to 13.7. That's a 179% increase. So, I mean, it's hard to argue with the success that you're having there in Elko. And I think this is typical across the country
Yes, sir. You'll be completely correct. And this is because of this hands-on project-based learning, students are more re-engaged in the classroom, which leads to them wanting to be in class. Something that we've discussed tonight is absenteeism. Within Star Academy, you've seen a decrease in the percentage of absenteeism within schools, and then also a drop in a decrease in student referrals from the district's office, from school office, excuse me, disciplinary referrals. So this program really does re-engage the students and not only wants them to be in school, but then act accordingly in the classroom also.
And their attendance went up,
Yes.
their
yes.
disciplinary actions went down, and this was a larger school than Silver Stage. So they had to take a cohort from that eighth grade class, which was their most at-risk students, to put into this program.
Yes, sir.
And from looking at this article, these kids say that they saw no future for themselves,
Yes.
and now they do.
Yes, sir. This is one of the most
So-
important things about the company as is we're targeting students that have basically on the verge of dropping out or aging out of school.
Yeah.
And essentially giving them a second chance at education. And what we found is that through Star Academy, through our hands-on project-based learning, that's also career aligned, these students are being exposed to hundreds of careers that they did not know were accessible to them beforehand. And not only are they exposed to these careers, but they're getting hands-on experience in these careers in the modules that they participate in Star Academy.
And you tailor your curriculum around the high school that they're going to be going to next, so that they're introduced to things that are available there.
Yes, sir, spot on. So when we have our curriculum design meeting, we'll meet with the district and whoever from the district wants to be in on it. And we'll make sure we customize that curriculum to have jobs that may be relevant to the district or the area that they're in, or if they just want to be introduced to other careers that they don't know about yet.
Great.
Yes, sir.
I think it's great when we can show these kids some career fields that they might have interest in or that they're good at. And then it just, once you wake them up and they get engaged, then they take control of it from there and excel in their learning.
Yes,
So,
sir, exactly.
Trustee Whistler?
So you say the students are getting more engaged. What about you guys and the academy, the classroom is different than a normal classroom?
Thank you.
Just curious.
That's a great point. So it's completely different from a traditional classroom, whether it's the setup of the classroom, the desks, they're on high top chairs, or they're in different groupings within ELA. It's a completely different look for the students. So it's nothing like a traditional classroom. Hands-on learning, project-based learning, it's things that they get excited for. Because I know when I was in high school and middle school, we look forward to project days. We only got 2-3 of them a year, and it's things that we remember. And these kids will get them every single day. That encompasses their core curriculum also.
So, Mr. President, I guess.
Trustee Peterson's.
Sorry.
Did you have a follow-up here?
Yeah, I had a question for you. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I'll let Trustee
Okay.
Peterson go.
Okay, so I find the idea intriguing, but I have some questions. So as
Yes, ma'am.
far as curriculum,
Yes, ma'am.
because we talk a lot about a curriculum
Yes, ma'am.
here and whether or not the states approve the curriculum and everything. So my question is the curriculum approved by the state of Nevada? Because if it's not, then we shouldn't.
Yes, ma'am, it is. We've already established this in Elko County, so we've been through Nevada's curriculum already. So it's already state aligned, and that's something we take very much pride in, having a curriculum design meeting and giving you a correlation report to show the exact percentage of correlation that our curriculum covers.
Okay, and so it's aligned with our curriculum as well in Lyon County.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm just wondering, because I wouldn't want them to be learning something totally off base than what everybody else is learning.
Absolutely, yes. Everything that we do in each county, we treat it as its own. And so every time we step into a curriculum design meeting, we make sure it's aligned with your standards.
Okay, and then my other thing was, so we're piloting this in Silver Springs Middle School. So from what I heard, there's 69 students, so they'll all be in it. So it won't be like an identifier, like you guys are in that school. And we know why you're in that
Yes, ma'am, I
class
completely
because of
understand.
X, Y, Z. Because
ma'am.
we've tried really hard to like, instead of pulling kids out of class, to have teachers push into classes so they're not
Yes, ma'am.
identified as those kids.
Yes, ma'am.
And so if the entire grade will do it, but if it's a situation where only certain kids in a grade are doing it, that's where I have concerns. So,
Yes, and that's a conversation we have with the schools, seeing which target population it would be best for it. If we would do the whole grade level, that's perfectly fine. We also can provide resources for the school on how to market it, so that these kind of stigmatisms kind of go and die away.
Just to answer your question, that's exactly what they did in Elko.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
these kids have excelled. You know, they were the most at-risk students that they put into this program, and now they're excelling. They're showing 180 increase.
I'm just making sure that they're not getting stigmatized
Yes,
and that
ma'am,
the
that's
curriculum is aligned with
something
everything
that
that's
we
appropriate.
take a very
Okay.
much pride in making sure that students don't feel ostracized in the school. So we do have marketing resources for you to help market.
Thank you.
Thank you, trustee Peterson. Trustee Parsons.
I just,
I'm
wanted
sorry.
to know if, since you said that there's usually 80 kids in Elko, can we take like seventh grade kids that are having a problem since there's only 60-something kids in Silver Springs?
Yes, ma'am, but it will be difficult because they will be taking eighth grade content. And so, yeah, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, trustee Parsons. Trustee Farr, you had a question?
Yeah, it's just kind of a general infrastructure related question here.
Yes,
It
sir.
says contingent upon this $1 million to become from grant funding if approved by the state of Nevada. But then our cost out of our general fund would be approximately $120,000 a year for one educator that we have to bring on board. I'm hoping that because I'm not opposed to this, Mr. Hendricks, but what I am opposed to is we're going to have to go out and now recruit a teacher. And then if we don't get the funding, we're on the dime for a teacher we just hired. Or is that going to be contingent on the grant funding as well?
It's contingent on the grant funding.
Okay.
That doesn't move forward. You know, our approval here,
That's what I need to hear. Thanks.
and really, I mean, this is a grant funded program.
Yes, sir. Always our goal is to come and cost $0 to the district. So this would be, if not, it would be $1 million contract for 3 years, but which is a lot of money. But understanding that we come in and fully furnish 4 classrooms, all furniture, technology, and equipment, we come in and install. And we want to make sure that when we come to districts, it's going to cost them $0 for those first 3 years.
In my discussions about the contracts here, it's all on a contingency basis. So, you know, we may get into a contract here, but until we have the money in our hand, it's not going to be sealed. Trustee Ball?
Yeah, Mr. President. So how long has the STAR program been going on in Elko County?
1 year.
Just 1 year?
Yes.
Okay.
But
Does it,
how long have you been across the nation?
Over 20. Started in 2005 with the South Carolina Department of Education. And we bought it outright from Pittsco. And we've been starting in Louisiana, and we've blown up ever since in Louisiana.
I guess my follow-up then would be, okay, so we're seeing tremendous results out of Elko County. Does the school system there see a paradigm shift in how classes are being taught and how the strategies here can be expanded into the rest of the school system?
I would love to answer that question. We work very closely with Elko, and one of the biggest factors for successful STAR academies is buy-in at every level. So the superintendent, CJ Anderson, is extremely bought in. The principal, Ms. Nielsen's extremely bought in. The teachers are extremely bought in. Students are extremely bought in. Even to the point where they're coming to board meetings and testifying on behalf of how successful STAR Academy has been for their students and their staff. They're fantastic partners, and at this board meeting, I can tell that everybody wants to be involved. And so if you were to get a STAR Academy, I would have no doubt that it'll be successful because everybody is bought in here.
Also, they've requested another STAR Academy for next year.
Yes, sir.
So they want to increase their program there.
Yeah. Used to put the funding for $4,000 per kid for those 80 kids for the 3 years.
Mr. Hendricks?
Grant, that's what grants for. Thank you, trustee Bull. Trustee Carson?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Just a couple questions. With the
ma'am.
tier 3 compared to the tier 1, how do you work with those kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Because-
So basically with our curriculum, we kind of meet the students where they are and get them back up to their peers through our tier 2 curriculum. That's kind of how we operate. We operate not only in conjunction with our tier 2, but also in tier 1 curriculum. I know we just talked about ELA. We use Language Live in conjunction with the tier 1 curriculum. So it's really customizable. Each school will have an ESS and educational sports specialist who will work hand in hand with the STAR Academy's teachers themselves, who will be on site at least monthly, more if needed. They'll be trained by those ESSs so they can operate the program with success and fidelity and confidence.
Okay, that's the other question I was going
Yes,
to ask
ma'am.
about
Yeah,
the
that's-
training.
Yes, ma'am.
If we even take a teacher that's already there and put them in this, they would be trained.
Yes,
to
ma'am.
be
So
able
we
to-
have professional development 2 days in the summer where we will take the STAR Academy teachers through STAR Academy and making sure that they have confidence running the program. And then also if there's any teacher turnover, we guarantee that we will train those teachers within 48 hours.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, trustee Carson. Trustee Peterson?
Yeah, so what about the teachers we already have for eighth grade for Silver Springs Middle School?
Yes, so when we met with Silver Springs, we identified 4 teachers along with the principal for the program. So we're ahead of that curve and making sure that they're not only looped in, but they know what we'll be having in the building in case funding does come.
So they will be the teachers for Star Academy, those teachers that
Yes,
we already have?
Yes, ma'am.
Plus an additional one.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Any further board discussion? Okay, is there any public comment on this item? So I'm looking for a motion. I'll make the motion. A motion that, subject to approval of the Star Academy grant funding, the Board of Trustees approve the implementation of the Star Academy and the addition of 1 certified full-time employee for 8th grade at Silver Stage Middle School for the 2025, 2026 through 2027, 2028 school years.
Second.
So, second by trustee Farr. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you for the presentation, Mike.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time. Have a great night, y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Giannotti.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 21. Possible action, discussion and possible action regarding Lane County School District critical labor shortage designations for the 26 and 27 school years. This item is being presented by Executive Director of Human Services, Billy Jo Hogan. Ms. Hogan.
President Hendricks, member of the board, I'm bringing a rotation of the critical needs designations that expire June of 2025 for approval tonight. The following of CTE teachers, substitute teachers, and bus drivers as critical needs labor shortage areas. Every 2 years, the district reviews and recommends hard-to-fill positions for designation as critical labor shortage areas to help address ongoing hiring challenges. By approving these designations tonight allows us to hire critical needs in these areas until June of 2027. Under NRS 286-523, it allows districts to hire retirees into 1-year positions without interrupting their PERS retirement benefits. This allows the district to gain access to experienced staff without incurring extra cost or relying on costly contractors or long-term subs. The designations are valid for 2 years and must be board approved.
Thank you, Ms. Hogan. Ms. Peterson?
I'm just going to make a motion that the board approve to designate a critical labor shortage for CTE teachers, substitute, and bus drivers effective June 25th, 2025.
Second.
Yeah, I heard Ms. Carson. So I have a motion by trustee Peterson, a second by trustee Carson. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none. Is there any discussion on the motion? Oh.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. President. So Ms. Hogan, could you explain the timing of when, and now each of the critical needs positions needs to basically resign at the end of the school year? Is that correct? And
So
then-
they're in a 1-year contract.
Yes.
So they immediately, by the end of their contract, the schools have EPARs out. So already there's an EPAR out for all those critical needs teachers in their positions. And principals, schools have been interviewing. And then as of June 1, if they haven't found any candidates that have meet the needs of the school, then they can move forward on their critical needs.
Okay. Thank you.
So you offer these jobs to existing employees, or you search out of the district to fill these positions, and if you're unsuccessful, then you go to the critical needs list.
Right.
And you offer it to them.
Yes.
Thank you. So,
You will see me here again at this time next year with a whole new set of critical needs positions because it's every 2 years. So just remember that.
Every
yeah.
2 years or every year?
The cycle's every 2 years, so you're approving this for a 2-year cycle
I see.
till 2027. Next
sure we
year,
do.
you'll be approving a whole,
2-year cycle
Yep.
again. All right. Any further discussion on the motion?
I would just like to comment that, I guess we wish that we weren't in this position to have to bring these folks back, but we're very lucky that we have them.
Yes.
I asked Ms. Hogan for some numbers, and there's 35 critical needs teachers currently in our district.
and there's even more long-term subs.
Yeah, 45 long-term
That's
subs.
the need right now.
We're lucky to have this and be able to do this legally, so.
I wish we had more. No. Okay, so, any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 22, discussion and possible action regarding the Lyon County School District 2026 Board of Trustees meeting schedule. This item is being presented by Superintendent Tim Logan.
We try to get this out ahead of time so that we all know where we're meeting as well as the public has a notice already. We do cycle between our areas so that we are available to all the different publics in our different areas. I do want to make a recommendation on one change. This is based on what we've always traditionally done. So one recommendation I would like you to look at is July. We've always met at the district office in Yerington because schools are closed in July. And so even having a maintenance guy come and lock gates or anything is usually a problem. However, our numbers, if you've been in the district office, it's a pretty small space. My recommendation is that we switch that to the PLC, the Professional Learning Center in Silver Springs, where we have a lot of our meetings for July. We'll figure out how to get keys and we'll have our meeting there would probably be the better spot. So are we going to do that for June and July at the PLC then? So it would be back to back. I do want to thank you for pointing that out. It's back to back June and July in Silver Springs at that moment then.
Sounds good.
Not for Elmer.
Take one for the team. Okay.
Bring your lunch box.
Yeah. So, any public comment on that item?
Mr. President,
Yes, Trustee Peterson.
I move to approve the LCSD Board of Trustees meeting schedule for January 2026 through December 2026 with the change of July being at the PLC.
Second.
Second.
I have a motion by Trustee Peterson and a second by Trustee Whistler. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Just want to make sure that's 2026. So July, we're going to be at the district office at this unless we end up changing that in June. But just make sure you know where you're showing up this year.
I just look at the agenda and that's where I go, so. So thank you, Ms. Heim, for getting us headed in the right direction. So item 23 for possible action, discussion, possible action regarding LCSD policy IK, grading interventions, course exemptions, and class ranking. As a first reading, this item is being presented by Executive Director of Educational Services, James Giannotti. Mr. Giannotti.
Thank you, President Hendricks. Members of the board, Jim Giannotti for the record again. I bring before you tonight policy IK, grading interventions, course exemptions, and class ranking as a first reading due to the need to change practices for Jumpstart. Due to the district becoming a CEP district, we can no longer require students to fill out free and reduced lunch forms. So what we have proposed in this policy is a change in wording from free and reduced lunch to direct cert. We can now receive the direct certifications for families that qualify for SNAP and TANF to determine who the district then pays in full for Jumpstart. So if you have any questions, let me know.
Any questions by the board?
I have one. I just thought of
You have a
one.
que-
I just thought of one.
Trustee Peterson?
We used to get a lot of our e-funding or
E-rate?
E-rate, yes, from free and reduced lunch. How does that work?
I'm gonna ask Mr. Baines exactly how that's gonna work for E-rate, because I honestly don't know the answer to that one, but I know it's a challenge.
I assume we're still getting E-rate funding. Okay,
Discussed.
sorry.
Sorry, what was the question? One more time, please.
Just we used to get a lot of E-rate funding when we fill out the free and reduced lunch applications, which we used for a lot of our infrastructure for our computers and.
Correct. So, since COVID, we have not required FRL forms to be filled because initially we were, free meals reimbursed by the feds and the governor's office. And then we followed that up by being CEP. So we haven't required FRL forms to be filled out for several years now. We are, E-rates on a reimbursed basis, terribly run. We're probably talking 2 years back is when we finally get paid. We get random checks. So that's the federal government for you. But no, it's all for similar to Title I. They can use direct certifications, just like they can use FRL forms. And
Okay.
truthfully, it's been beneficial for us because now we have schools like Smith Valley for the first time ever and Dayton High School again receiving Title I funds because of ours being a CEP district.
Okay.
So it's been beneficial.
Perfect. Thank you. I just want to make sure we're not missing out on a money source.
Not if Harmon can help it.
Kyle.
No, or Kyle, yeah. Oh,
Any further discussion by the board? Is there any public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'm looking for a motion.
Mr. President,
Trustee Farr?
make a motion the board approve LCSD policy IK grading interventions, course exemptions, and class ranking for a first reading.
Thank you, Trustee Farr. Is that you? And second by Trustee Whistler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Director Giannotti. Item number 24, possible action, discussion, possible action regarding the revisions to LCSD policy GBBS, protection of employees from bloodborne pathogens as a first reading. This item is being presented by Executive Director of Human Services, Billy Jo Hogan. Ms. Hogan.
Board President Hendricks, member of the board, I'm bringing this policy to provide revisions and updates to the district's bloodborne pathogen administrative regulations. While the district has had protective practices in place, these revisions strengthen compliance by formalizing procedures and updating training requirements. This will align us with the federal OSHA standards, formally adopting a comprehensive exposure control plan. The ECP, the exposure control plan, clearly outlines responsibilities, identifies job roles for risk exposure, and includes protocols for engineering controls, PPE, staff training, and post-exposure follow-up. It was really interesting as we were going through and doing this. Blake here and myself, we wanted to reach out to all sites to make sure, and our head nurse was involved, about the red biohazard bags, the size of sharps containers that we were using, making sure they were all the same size, how we are handling those and what the biohazard box is and where that's located. We need to put a schedule in place. So there was a lot we learned going through this as well. So we are glad to have those regulations.
Thank you, Ms. Hogan. Is there any discussion by the board? Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion.
Mr. President.
Trustee Peterson,
I move that the Board of Trustees approve revisions to LCSD Board Policy GBBS, Protection of Employees from Bloodborne Pathogens as a first reading.
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Peterson, second by trustee Carson. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Public comment? Did you ask for public comment?
I had already asked for public.
Oh, okay.
Any public comment? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Moving on to agenda item 25, for possible action, discussion and possible action regarding new Lyon County School District Policy, JA, inflatable play equipment and other rental equipment as a first reading. This item is being presented by Executive Director of Human Services, Billy Joe Hogan. Ms.
President
Hogan.
Hendricks, members of the board, this is a new policy that sets mandatory safety and risk procedures for the use of inflatable play equipment and entertainment rentals at LCSD-sponsored events. Unfortunately, due to past accidents, there's been a high risk for a district, and we realized a policy needs to be put in place. Some key points in the policy: we want to make sure all rentals must be pre-approved by LCSD Benefits and Risk Manager, this guy right here, and schools must be licensed. Insured vendors must ensure that the vendors have license whose contracts have been reviewed by POOLPACT and met district insurance requirements. Parent signed waivers are required for all students participated in the event and kept for 5 years. The policy outlines strict setup and safety requirements, including level ground installation, weather precautions, trip hazards, and trained supervision. LCSD staff may not use equipment, and schools must plan for emergencies and inclement weather, including possible on-site EMS. A required parental release form will cover risk assumption, emergency consent, and media permissions. It's too bad we have to put it in place, but
I was just gonna say, Blake's gonna get real popular with field day and PTAs all year, every year. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Deal with that.
Thank you, trustee Farr. Trustee Whistler?
I'm just curious. I know, these things are not cheap to rent and everything. Just out of pure curiosity, could the district purchase this type of stuff to be used, or would that cost us an additional amount on our insurance side?
the liability
Okay.
would,
Go through the roof type of thing?
We
Okay.
make that clear in the policy that we are not to own inflatable play equipment either.
Yeah.
Because liability, all of a sudden it's malfunctions. Now we're double,
Okay.
in control.
I was just curious because I know they're not cheap to rent either.
Correct, yeah. Trustee Whistler, Blake Smith, the district risk manager, for the record. Part of our partnership with POOLPACT that would negate some of our coverage and our liability through POOLPACT, and so we don't want to go there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So is there any further board discussion? Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion.
Mr. President,
Trustee Farr?
make a motion that we approve LCSD policy JA, inflatable play equipment and other rental equipment as a first read.
Second. I have a motion by trustee Farr. I have a second by trustee Whistler. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Item number 26, for possible action, discussion and possible action regarding revisions to the following LCSD policies as a second or third and final reading. No changes were made to these policies after the first reading except ICA per board recommendation. Any member of the board may request that a policy be removed and discussed and acted upon separately. These are policies ICA, policy AB, policy GABE, policy GDE, policy GDG, and policy GZ. there's any board discussion.
So just make a motion when you're ready.
Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, trustee Peterson?
Yeah, I move that the board approve the policies that you listed, ICA, ABG, ABE, GDE, GDG, GZ, whether it's a second or third reading as the final reading.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion by trustee Peterson, a second by trustee Whistler. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hogan. So item number 27 for possible action, discussion and possible action on agenda items for future board meetings and or information item requests included in the summary by the superintendent. This is presented by Board President Hendricks and Superintendent Tim Logan.
Wonderful, thanks. So we do have a board workshop coming up next week. And on Wednesday, June 4th from 4 to 6, it's the PLC. Our suggestion box second round did close last Friday. And so we are working on redacting names and make sure that they're ready for you to be sent out. The idea is that we'll talk about all 4 questions that were asked, and we'll use some AI to help us generate main themes so that we can kind of talk about main themes and not get in the weeds of each individual one, because there's hundreds of comments. So, but we do want to address those. So that will be next week. Our next board meeting is on June 24th at the PLC in Silver Springs as well. We will have the final amendment of FY25's amended budget. And then we have only 3 policies. We're getting down to that. That's been a tough go. So there will also be the evaluation of the superintendent. So that will come out probably in the next week or week and a half from Margaret to start filling out the evaluation form for the June board meeting as well. Thanks. That's what I got.
So listening to all the public comment tonight, and I hear what trustee Farr said, we only heard one side of the argument there. So I think having this on the next agenda, we would have an opportunity to hear from the other side of the argument. And
Is that for a policy or something?
It's not really our purview.
Yeah, I don't know that that would be appropriate to put on the agenda. Because
why is that not appropriate?
They can come and make public comment if they want, but what are we gonna discuss, a personnel issue? We can't discuss a personnel issue here.
No, we're not talking about personnel. We're talking about adding a coach.
But that's a site decision, isn't it?
Okay, well,
Yeah.
we can discuss that as a
So-
board. We can discuss that as a board, though.
No, we don't
We're not
discuss that as a-
excluded from talking about these things.
My thought was, and talking already to the principal, he'll kind of do a synopsis of his side of that, so that you'll have a better understanding of what occurred as far as hiring and cuts and those kind of things. That I think is fair enough for you to understand that side of that. But I don't know, I think you're gonna open a can of worms a little bit. We do have allocation sheets that we already go for every sport, for every club. So that allocation sheet is something we follow. It does not mean that you have to use that allocation, but it is available if they want. So if you have 90 football players, boom, here's how many coaches you have. If you have 2 soccer teams, here's how many coaches you have. So that allocation is something I guess you could discuss, but I'd be careful of getting into criteria for these teams and what's expected for cuts and things.
Oh, we had over 6, okay, go ahead, trustee.
I was just saying, yeah, it's good that, I mean, we work for the public, and it's good that they're bringing this to our attention so we can kind of have our ears out there and see what's going on. But as Superintendent Logan said earlier, we do have to use the proper channels. So now that this is out there, the parents and everything know, we know, but now it has to go up through the administration of each site. And if nothing's getting fixed, then we as a board can talk again with Mr. Logan and bring this back another round or something if things are not getting fixed. That's where I see we can be the most effective, but right now it has to go through proper channels.
But that was stated at in the comments here, that
President
they
Hendrick,
have gone through the
We
challenge.
only have power
They
over
talked to the,
superintendent. We
that?
do not have power.
Well, that's why I addressed my comments to Mr. Logan directly and said that I'm hearing this, people, I'm not happy with the situation. And I'm speaking for myself, not the board, but the communication, since I've been on this board, I've gotten nothing but complaints about the communication effectiveness of Fernley High School, and something needs to be addressed.
I agree.
And now that we have addressed it, we have brought it to Mr. Logan. Now we have to afford Mr. Logan the opportunity to fix that before we can take further action.
He's the
Well,
only.
I don't want to drop this. I don't want to leave it internally. So what are we going to do?
So I'm just saying, if this becomes an agenda item, you're gonna have to like give notice to all the people who are involved, because it will turn into talking about people's character and competency. This will blow up. So this, I feel like you should allow Mr. Logan time to do what he needs to do. And then you can talk to him later.
He has a month.
I just don't think it's really appropriate for an
Principal
agenda item,
Cross is in the room.
period.
Okay.
My opinion.
He's heard all the comments. You're saying you've had a discussion with him. He's going to go through and try to evaluate what's gone on and why. So can he come and give a presentation at the next meeting? I'm not going to decide anything. I'm opening this up to discussion. I'm one person. Because we had 60 people, over 60 that came and tried out for this, right? And it sounds like we took all of the veterans and eliminated them. We're saying we're only allowed one coach per a certain number of students. But the thing is, we eliminated how many students at that tryout? I mean,
I get that, and this is the first time I've never seen a JV coach and a varsity coach.
it's the first time I've heard of it too.
But I think this is maybe something we can tackle on June 4th as well as a board, because that is where we're dealing with a lot of those other things. Of the questions and some of the comments had to do with communication coming from certain, administrators and administrations. So this is something that maybe next week we can tackle and hear from.
Principal Cross enough time though.
I'm still struggling what we're bringing forward. You're wanting to put him in front of you to answer why kids were cut? Is that, I'm struggling what you're bringing forward, because.
So the comments I heard tonight, okay, were that this has typically been a process of a board, okay? And now they've changed that to where it was the determination of one or two people.
What? No, that is not true.
That's what I'm looking for.
This wouldn't be the forum for it. 'cause
I'm
it's not
on one
agenda.
side of this.
Yeah, Mr.
Can you come
President,
to the
that's,
June 4th meeting?
Mr. President, this is not on the agenda for this discussion.
Okay, I'm looking at an agenda item.
And if there's a question, over the agenda item, there would have to be a motion and a vote by the board if there is resistance to putting it on. So,
No, now we've moved on from that to the June 4th workshop. And having Principal Cross come and state his side of the story on this, so we can get a better understanding. I mean,
there's a couple, if I may, there's a couple of issues here. Number one, we don't have a written complaint. So we're kind of shooting in the dark because we don't have a written complaint. We have allegations that have been made at a board meeting without people having a chance to respond. We have potential issues related to notice to employees, talking about their character and their competence, all of which would need to be addressed. What I would suggest is.
She'll let what go on? Stopped what?
People talking about people's character.
Well,
they weren't naming people. One person did. One person did, and I missed that.
Yeah,
And who are they talking about?
I think what we're talking about is a process going forward. And what I would suggest is that you direct it back to the superintendent with instruction to come back at some point in time and report on some of the issues. And then you can decide whether it warrants board action, an agenda item, and further discussion.
So I apologize if they made comments and mentioned somebody's name. I did not catch that. So,
Mr. Latin, so you're saying if we had written complaints, that this would be something that could like do a little more
Well, no,
investigation or?
what I'm suggesting is there's a complaint process.
Okay.
And a process as to how to deal with it. And the process would be, it would go back to the principal and then on up the ladder if it's not addressed. But again, it has to be something in writing that people can address.
Okay. I'm just curious about that. Thank you.
Plus, I also want to say, plus we want to not set precedents here for every single time people come and complain. Then at the next meeting, now we are dredging up all sides of the story. So you have to stay in your lane. Like, we do not oversee what the staff, like the coaches, that's what the admin at the site does. That's not our responsibility. So while yes, they had the opportunity to come and express their concerns, we heard the concerns, everyone here heard their concerns. Now they can go be addressed by Mr. Logan and whomever else needs to talk to those people.
You're also asking for the other side. We will get you that. It'll come in an email form so that you understand that process. But again, we'll do our side of that, but it's not a public meeting where you ask for a trial of our principal to come forward and defend their stance. This isn't the forum for that. And there is a formal complaint process. It's policy KL, and it still doesn't end up at the board. It takes it through the process. That's a policy KL if you want to look at it, but it's not the forum to put our principal up here in front to answer for a cheerleading coach tryout.
We need to afford the principal a chance to fix things and for the superintendent to do his part in that. And we need to respect that.
and that's fine. I just don't want to see this swept under the rug. Eh,
I guarantee you're not
we
going to
don't
make
care
everybody
what the
happy in
public
this
say.
process either.
You don't care what the public has to say. You may not care about the public, but I do.
Mr. President, this is an item that is clearly not on the agenda. We're getting into discussion. I think we have an approach, and you as the board president can monitor to make sure that it doesn't get swept under, and we can have a discussion later as to whether it needs to be brought back or not.
And so I'll leave it to Superintendent Logan to look into this matter, get us some answers, get us to the other side of the story. Because I clearly believe there's another side to this, but we need to hear that.
We'll work on that and have it to you by the end of the week.
All right. So is there any public participation on? So I guess I need to read this.
Seems I'm the only public left.
Okay, at this time, the public is invited to address the board on items over which the board has jurisdiction or control. If you wish to speak, step up to the table, be seated, and state your name. Your comments are limited to no more than 3 minutes per agenda item, with a maximum of 10 minutes total. In consideration of others, avoid repetition and designate a spokesperson to speak on behalf of your group. Although this board does not restrict comments based upon viewpoint, comments will be prohibited if they are willfully disruptive, slanderous, amount to personal attacks, or interfere with the rights of other speakers. Comments made during this time will be monitored by the board president. Mr. McIntyre.
Neil McIntyre, friendly resident. Glad I'm the only one that stuck around from the public. Seems how it's almost 11 o'clock. But the one thing I did wanted to see if maybe we can get on, put on the agenda is maybe a discussion, for the recordings of these meetings to see if maybe it's in the budget or talk about discussing maybe upgrading. I don't know. I mean, I did sit on the board and when I'm not here, which I'm not gonna be here for the next 2 months, those Zoom meetings that are on there are really hard to watch and it's really hard to listen to. So I'm just wondering if maybe we can look into upgrading, the recording audio devices for the public that's doing the Zoom and watching those meetings because they're very hard to hear. And the video's not the greatest either. So that's just, I just wanted to see if we can get that put on the agenda to discuss for funding for that.
I definitely support that. I just haven't brought that up, so thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you for your time tonight.
Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, I will adjourn this meeting at 10:55.